the same.
Hello, anybody who's here. This is FUNKe Radio. You just listened to Spirit Was by Level Up. One of the coolest indie bands ever. I am making sure we don't have to listen to the next song. As much of a banger Hidden Driver is. That's my art, yeah. Shout out to Corner Shop Shadow. Corner Shop Shadow. I updated the stream stuff. Just figure I put up a rotation of the arts from my Discord. Although I should really append the name of the artist on here. Anyways, hello. I'm still kind of setting up the stream, making sure the audio is just a little like crunched on the last one. But I have not played Quake Dawn of the Machines. So the 30th anniversary of Quake was a couple weeks ago, maybe a month or two. And with that, Machine Games released an expansion for the original Quake called Dawn of the Machines. I've played through like the original expansion packs and a fair bit of custom maps, but not this one because it came out while I was working on my video. So I figured I'd stream it. And I'd walk around and ogle at everything I see in it. I've done a little bit of read up on what's in it, but I'm mostly trying to go into this blind. Just because I figured I would have fun running around and seeing how they like decorate it and how they use Quake mechanics for an expansion. But before that, making sure my stream setup's working. Hey FUNKe, will you stream Deadlock if the major content update comes out this week, as it is rumored to be? I'm not gonna give you a hard answer on that. Non-zero chance. Like, if I were to stream Deadlock, I would be most comfortable probably doing it in the next 2 weeks, while I'm kind of on the front half of my next video. Especially if like an update drops on Deadlock. Like, yeah. It's not off the table. I'm not gonna act like I'm planning to, though. I'm trying to update because I have an on-screen chat now, but right now they're disappearing after like 10-15 seconds. So I'm refreshing it to make it last more like 30 or 40. And now I'm changing audio channels. Do bear with me as I remember what it's like being a streamer, having to juggle many tabs. This is Quake. You'll notice I'm playing it in widescreen, which is not what it came out as, but it's really annoying to try and play a 4:3 resolution game on a widescreen monitor. So hopefully you'll understand why I'm choosing to be able to tab in and out of Quake over authenticity. Hey FUNKe, long-time watcher from the early TF2 days. I've been getting into boomer shooters. I saw your bucket list video. I'm unsure of what to get into, but I have to ask, which is the better half of Pinkerton? It's the... You know what's fucked up is I can't totally remember which half I was referring to. Like, I can't totally remember the track list for Pinkerton. Like, I know all the songs, I just don't know their order. I think I meant the back half. I recall thinking the back half of Pinkerton is much stronger than the first half. From maybe a compositional point of view. It's a question lost to time, I guess, is my answer. So, yeah, this is Dawn of the Machines, made by Machine Games. It's Quake. It's the original Quake. But obviously, they're going to be doing some cool stuff with the level design that you probably would not have seen in the original Quake. The least of which is an area that's this big, with a skybox. Not really... Like, the original Quake had a scrolling sky texture. A few iterations, but it was never really doing this. I'm not by any means an expert on Quake mapping or anything, but I will try to observe the things I notice. And if anyone in chat knows more, I will probably take any call-outs you pass to me. Oh, that's cute. They put the key card over there. Alright. I'm wondering, because I'm assuming that wasn't quote-unquote, I'm quoting, intentional thing to do. Like, I don't want to walk past the amount of effort that's being put into the starting area. Okay, it's the difficulty selection. That's where I am. That's normal, so this must be the hard. Wow, that is really hard. Yeah, I'm just kind of taking in everything here. I'm not even in the level. I've died twice in the level select of Dawn of the Machines so far, which isn't a good sign. Doesn't reflect well on me. I think there is a possibility that I might upload a video to my second channel talking about some of the Quake 2 discourse of my video. Not in like everyone's wrong way, but in I think a lot of people have presented valid counter arguments to me on Quake 2. And they're like, I have a lot of opinions on Quake 2 not expressed in the video, and some that I think could be better expressed in like its own standalone video. I have been making some progress on the next project I'm working on, but I don't want to talk about that one quite yet. I want to put my money where my mouth is. Okay, I think I'm just going to like actually commit now. I was looking for like secrets, but I'm not finding any, so let's see if I can follow this breadcrumb trail over here. A chain this big, also not really the kind of brushes I feel like you'd be seeing in a early Quake. But I love it. Alright, I gotta remember how I got there. There was something I neglected to mention in the video that I kind of wish I did, which was that Quake 2 specifically removed air strafe. I'm gonna die! Air strafing, which does exist. Ironically as a bug. It's kind of funny how many things in Quake exist on accident. Like rocket jumping, they didn't know that existed in Quake. Oh my lord, I can't make this. They didn't discover rocket jumping in Quake until after the game had released. And just as a side note, I will probably be rattling off random Quake fun facts that I learned researching my last video while I play this. But as I was saying, they had not discovered rocket jumping. That rocket jumping was just a byproduct of, I presume, the knockback system of damage. And them finding out that you could self-inflict it within it, like, as a controlled variable. Same thing applies to airstrafe, which wasn't necessarily designed in, but more just a byproduct of air control. And then Carmack being this robot engineer, I have to imagine he viewed those things as, like, unintentional, and so they got removed in Quake 2. Or at least airstrafing did. Rocket jumping, not so much. You are drained after roaming the dimensions in an endless search for a way home. Finally, some hope. Rumors speak of a nightmare machine trapping you inside a world of eternal horror. Regain your strength and find the secret runes of power. Only then can you end the nightmare and escape the illusion. So another fun fact, not about Dawn of the Machines, but you know how at the end of every Quake level, or every the end of every episode, you get pretty much that. You just get like a blurb of text. That was pretty much them at the finish line of Quake slapping on some lore to make all of the levels fit together. Because they had designed a lot of the levels in vacuums, just as their own standalone levels, and then they sort of combined them, whoa, as packages. Because they weren't making episode packs, they were just making a bunch of levels for Quake, and then they threw them together, and then John Romero, I believe John Romero specifically, actually wrote up this very kind of shallow lore about, I don't know if he was called, you know, BJ Blazkowicz, or whatever the hell, but the Quake guy. He wrote up these blurbs about Quake guy jumping through these slip gates that send him through various dimensions. And that's the lore of Quake. You're this guy that's bouncing between military compounds that have slip gates into other dimensions. That was the narrative framework they had to throw together to give Quake any sort of chronology. Which is also why nobody remembers the lore of Quake, because it's the back of a napkin added 2 weeks before the game came out. So I'm trying to figure out what this... It's like a time jumping mechanic. You know, effect and cause? This. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck this is. It's giving me effect and cause vibes. You need the rune sacrifice. I mean, I understand that there's sort of trigger zones that are kind of triggering this. I fuck with it. I thought I was being smart there. As a side note, please let me know in chat if the audio levels are good. I want to know if my mic is peaking at all, if it's quiet, if the game is quiet. Because I had to adjust a lot of settings. And I don't want to discover in 2 days that it was off balance. Game's a little quiet. I can fix that. It is meant to get quiet when I talk. But I still want it audible. So, I'm kind of thinking out loud here, which is... You know, going off of... I guess, effect and cause logic, I was wondering if there's a trigger where I have to jump across and then the floor appears, but that's not the case. Which means... something else is my progress point. Interesting. I'm not seeing the pathway that I'm... Oh, okay. There, that's it. I thought that was locked, but maybe I was in the other timeline. Look at that. They have an animated prefab. They got a spinning fan. That's probably impressive. I believe I'm on hard mode, just as a side note. I believe I didn't save, as a second side note. Cool. It's cool. I'm gonna remember the quick save button right now. Okay. So I have to balance my desire to play streamer mode, which is commentating everything, and my Quake hard mode, which is having to actually mind my health. Oh. FUNKe, do you have Unreal Tournament opinions? I should, but I don't. I think Unreal Tournament was actually one of many games that I kind of put on a list to coincide with the Quake video, but as the Quake video changed in design and focus, I just didn't end up playing Unreal for research purposes, which I think is debatable, because it does kind of go hand in hand with the history of this technology. But I don't. It was a bit before my time. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm 29, so I was born after Quake was developed. So everything... or after it was released. So everything I understand about both Doom and Quake is sort of an archaeological perspective, where I've played I've played Team Fortress 2, which spawned from Quake, originally as a Quake mod. And I sort of had a backwards relationship with this technology and story, which is that I'm so interested in it that I've kind of gone backwards and tried to do my required reading. But I wasn't around when Unreal Tournament came out. I wasn't around for the advent of Quake 3 Arena, which does explain many things about me. But it also, I would say, gives me kind of a unique perspective, which is understanding the downstream effects of what Quake turned into. I'm just kind of roaming around right now. Oh yeah, also, as you can tell from the lighting and the ugly animation interpolation, I'm playing on the modern Quake, not the original. Partially because I didn't know how to get Dawn of the Machines playable through the original software, and partially just because I planned to play it widescreen anyways. I can never get over how fucking weird the doors are in Quake. Like, why? I don't know if it was Adrian Carmack, but whose decision was it to make it a little puzzle piece? Because it's cool? Well, they're right. It's kind of cool. Do you have any plans for future uploads? Yes. Without talking too much about it, The next video that I want to complete, I'm experimentally trying to give myself a soft cutoff, which is that I want it to be done and out by like early to mid-October. It'll probably be shorter. I think if the sky were made of cotton candy and I could have my way, it would maybe be like a 15 to 20 minute video. But I think if it ends up being like a 10 to 15 minute video, then I can still be happy. The problem is, I say that and I'm trying to give myself a hard cutoff, but I've already... this is something I've already kind of pre-researched a lot for a video, and I'm kind of just compiling my findings together for a script, and then getting all the B-roll and animating, which is my typical writing structure. So I've already done a lot of the core research. The problem is I'm at a point now where I can already kind of see the cracks of like a bigger thesis of like, okay, I could just sit here and review media, but I also want to talk about kind of the through line of why something was made a certain way, which is how I like to think about media for my videos. And thinking that way is really good for making like compelling writing, but it's not great for getting something out on a release schedule. Like, that is how you end up redrafting it 3 times and adding another 2 months. So I'm gonna have to find a balance where I know the next video I want to make, and I already kind of have an artsy structure to it. I just need to figure out how to get it made within about a month. After that's done, I have a few... like, I have a endless supply of videos I want to make, but I think after the next one, I'm gonna work on something that is a bit less produced, but maybe a bit longer. Where sort of like my bucket list video, I want to treat the bucket list videos as the intermediary content between like the really researched and animated stuff. I made that bucket list video to give myself something that's like, I can crunch this out in a month or 2 and not give myself too much work. And I think I had the right idea, but I just didn't stick to it. Like, I made that and then I went back to over-engineering. So my goal throughout the rest of this year and next year is to actually try to balance some smaller, more produced stuff with some longer, less produced stuff. Why are these guys standing up there? Surely Strogg is not paying you to stand on top of boxes. Aw, I didn't check my HP. I feel like I'm very spoiled in the modern era of video game UIs where the health is traditionally closer to the crosshair. Because it's towards the corner, it's very easy for my brain to just totally dismiss how healthy I am. Is this me roundaboutly glazing Deadlock? Yes, it is. Deadlock has a funny health bar, but it's close to the crosshair. That's one of those fun UI things that you can recognize if you play a lot of modern games, which is you'll notice that we moved away from having all of the character info towards the corners. It's not a hard rule. Like, you can still play like Dark Souls and get the traditional corner health bar. But for faster games, for first-person shooters, I think the corner health is less of a problem on 4.3. I think you're absolutely right. I think I'm not accounting for the fact that in 4.3, my exact logic does apply. The corner info would actually be closer to the center, you're right. Boy, I do not have the armory to be dealing with this room. I need some AoE. Or at least a chain gun, my god. There was so much that I didn't talk about in the Quake video that I feel like deserves discussion, but I also, like, I'm not a level designer by trade. But the way levels distribute ammo and weapons was very selectively handled in Quake. Because Quake wasn't giving you the player like upgrades per se, right? You weren't getting gun upgrades unless you count going from like the shotgun to the super shotgun. Because the game didn't have character progression in the modern sense, they had to be very careful about how often they gave you ammo and weapons, because that was the player's character progression in a way. And there were some really compelling interviews where you would hear like Sandy Peterson, who wrote the 4th episode, or designed most of the 4th episode, because the character, because the player would be gathering ammo throughout the first 4 episodes, but particularly the 3rd episode, Sandy Peterson had to design his levels with regards to what ammo the player would already have at the end of episode 3. So whatever weapons and ammo American McGee had been giving the player in the 3rd episode, that would kind of constitute what Sandy Peterson had to work with in the 4th. And that's like a very esoteric design problem, which is how do I handle ammo scarcity relative to the designer before me in level order? And the answer was that Sandy Peterson was much more selective about when he would give you ammo, because he was under the assumption the player has already had a lot of chances to get ammo. So they probably have a backlog. They probably have like a stock of reserve ammo they haven't used from American McGee's levels. And also just the nature of Sandy McGee. The nature of Sandy Peterson's levels is that he wants to starve you of resources. He wants you to be stuck in this labyrinth running around with very little ammo. So in his levels, he's not giving the player a lot of ammo and not giving them a lot of weapons. That's the kind of thing that I find fun to think about. And it's something I'm kind of experiencing right now, which is starting an expansion from scratch. I have to find all of the weapons in Quake in the level. Like, I don't have the rocket launcher. I don't have the chain gun, or the nail gun, rather. I have to find them. And until I do, I'm kind of stuck with these burst fire options that aren't great for clearing bigger troves of weaker enemies. Like right here, this is a room where I would love having the super nail gun. And you'll notice this room is full of shotgun ammo. And look, the room has nails, which implies that there is a nail gun somewhere that I haven't found, which I find interesting. So at some point, I passed a nail gun. And this is like a very fun player inference being made in real time, which is I have the option of backtracking to find this missed nail gun, or I can try to power through with the shotgun. Does someone know why I can't join the Discord? I would presume that maybe it is like an outdated invite. But if it's the FUNKe's Grotto, it shouldn't be outdated. I don't know if that's something I can really resolve right now, though. I really want to find the nail gun, but I just don't really have any strong leads yet on where to go. Like, I've already been through all of these areas. Hey, is this the Quake mod from that Noodle video? No, this is the most recent expansion or the 30th anniversary update. 35th, whatever the hell. That might be a fun stream for me to do. To play those levels from Noodle's video. I've told this story before on Please Stop Talking, which is a podcast run by some of my friends. I found it! I found the nail gun! I don't do this normally, chat, but I request a round of applause. I've done it. I found the nail gun. The player made an inference on a tool that they could find in the level, and I was rewarded for looking for it! That's good game design right there. So as I was saying, I've told this story a few years ago, but for people who don't know, Noodle is a YouTuber who pretty tit for tat. A lot of my style is inspired by Noodle, but we're friends outside of YouTube, so I think we just naturally share like a certain inclination to how we talk about like media and videos. Noodle is secondarily known. Well, I won't talk too much about it, but you should watch some of his videos about gaslighting. So there was a point where I was going to some buddies to a wedding, and I was staying in an Airbnb with a multitude of buddies, all going to the wedding. One of which was Noodle. And we're there for like a week, right? So we have a lot of time to fuck around with each other. And at some point, because we're in this Airbnb, like we all are kind of complaining that there's not a lot of light sources. Like there's not a lot of lamps or fans in this Airbnb. So I opt, like I tell everyone I'll go to Walmart or whatever. I'll pick up some light bulbs and fans. So I come back to the Airbnb later that day with I go to Walmart and I find an RGB light bulb where you can download an app on your phone and it will change the color of the light bulb. So I go back to our Airbnb and I tell everyone at the Airbnb that it's a smart bulb that responds to colors when you yell. Like if you yell out a color, the light bulb will change colors. So I gather around like 6 of my buddies. These are like various YouTubers. And I just ask them to start like yelling out colors. And meanwhile, I'm just holding my phone behind all of them. And they're yelling like blue. And I hit blue on the app. They yell red. And I put red on the app. And so Noodle walks in because they were like out walking around Montreal, and we inform Noodle of the smart bulb that responds to colors being yelled. And so Noodle is just sitting there screaming colors as loud as humanly possible. He's like, purple, brown. And like slowly people in the room are starting to look at me and they realize that I'm clicking buttons on this app to change the color. And so one by one, each of us are figuring out that I'm just gaslighting everybody into screaming colors like crazy people. And until Noodle is the only person in the room who doesn't know that I'm controlling the colors. And he's just sitting there screaming it. And he doesn't figure it out. He just goes like, that's so cool. And then he forgets about it. And then I forget about it. And like 2 or 3 days pass. Because we're there for the week. We're like hanging out in Montreal. 2 days pass. We're hanging out in the living room. And out of nowhere, Noodle starts screaming colors again to the lamp in the corner of the room. He's yelling, fuchsia! Lavender! And I'm like in the kitchen having a conversation, and my head just turns, and I actually visibly pog because I couldn't remember what he was doing, and then I remembered it, and I like scrambled to get my phone out, and I'm like, oh no, it's a mode that I have to turn on. I have to flip it on voice mode. And I think that was the afternoon where we told him that it wasn't voice activated. So I had effectively gaslit Noodle for like a week straight. And then I forgot about it, and then I had the joy of rediscovering that he still believed it. And that is my favorite memory of that wedding. Aside from the wedding itself being a phenomenal wedding, my favorite memory was gaslighting Noodle. And then he gaslit me later on that trip, so we're even. Astute observance of the stream will notice that I've been walking around an area I beat 10 minutes ago. I was in streamer story mode, but now I'm in gamer mode, so I'm gonna keep completing the content. This is how you know I'm not 30 yet. I don't know which button on my keyboard pulls out the nail gun. I want to say 6 or 4. Let's find out. Oh, I'm 9 HP. I'm dead. It's 4. It was right. I was half right. It was 4. How did you get on the podcast with Moist Critical? It's a throwback. I believe I had just made... Which video had I just made? I had just made a video that kind of went... Viral isn't the right word, but like it did well beyond my normal circles. I want to say I had just made like the concept albums video. And I would surmise it was the music in video games one. That sounds right. It's so old because I can't even remember what fucking video that is. I guess, yeah, I made like a video on music in games. Yeah, the one about making your own music in games. I want to say I made that. I don't know how I got on, but I would surmise that Hugbees probably saw that video and probably pitched to the rest of the official podcast that I be brought on. I say that mostly because I remember talking to Hugbees the most prior to coming onto it. So I think it was like I didn't really know, like I didn't know Charlie or anybody on the podcast on a personal level prior to being on their podcast. I just kind of got invited, and that was honestly how I met them. And I'm not like super close with them by any means. I played with a few of them in a couple kind of group environments. I still kind of have conversations with Hugbees now and then on just miscellaneous stuff. But I think it was just a right place, right time thing. I just made a video that happened to get seen. And the rest is history. That's kind of like what is interesting to me as a YouTuber is I've always been kind of a YouTuber who doesn't have like a core community, I would say. Like obviously coming up, TF2 was the lion's share of what people knew me for. And anyone who knew me was someone who was in the TF2 community. But there was some point where I started making kind of the non-TF2 videos where I never like switched to a different community. I kind of just became a general gaming YouTuber. And with that, I noticed there was sort of this gradual drip of other YouTubers introducing themselves to me. Or me coming to learn other YouTubers just by circumstance. which I have found very interesting, which is that I now know a lot of like random creators, and a lot of random ones know me, just because I've made broader videos that got seen, or I had like the concept art, the concept albums video kind of broke out of the gaming sphere, and that ended up getting me like a sizable audience of people that just like the video on music, which I'm happy about. And it's not lost on me that there is avenue for me to make more videos talking about music, because I think that's a pretty universal experience, where even if you don't like music, you probably know of like components of music that were interesting, or like music in a body of work that you do like. Like, it is kind of a spider web of endless interesting stuff to discuss. And yeah, as Primarion Berry, cool name, said, I do have more videos about like music that I do desire to make. I found a secret. Oh yeah. Hey, do that. There was something, I mentioned this in the last video, but it was kind of a flyby trivia, which is that Quake didn't actually release with normal mouse aim. You would just look like left and right, and then you could use arrow keys to look up and down. And I think like even if you were using a mouse, your mouse wouldn't look up and down. And part of why that happened wasn't because there was any inherent like technical limitation. It was just because that just wasn't the norm. And what the story goes was that competitive Quake players would start using full-on mouse aim to look fully up and down and stuff, and then that kind of got adopted as the standard control scheme afterwards. But Quake itself didn't start with that, and you can actually notice that in the level design of Quake. If you go through all of Quake, a vast majority of all encounters don't require you look up and down, or they kind of allow you to slowly look up and down with your arrows, but none of them really demand that you very quickly look up and down. Like, there are secrets in Quake where Romero would have you look straight up. There are some fucking insane ones where Sandy Peterson would have you look at a weird slanted angle. But for the most part, Quake was designed like Doom, like a 2D environment. Allow me to swig my water. Ah, that's good hydration. This is another kind of fun little thing that I learned about, which doesn't really mean anything, but you'll notice Quake and Doom, but like it as a whole, whenever they make levels, they tend to have this kind of, I guess what you would call like the modern checkpoint room. Like the spawn room is always kind of a very calm, safe place where you might have a guy who's following like a predestined path of movement. Yeah, safe room is the word I was looking for. You would kind of start most levels in a safe room because that gives players breathing space. Like on a design level, you're not just throwing the player straight into a combat encounter. You're letting them decide on their own terms when they start moving. Nothing, I don't know if there's like depth or meaning behind that. I'm sure you could probably trace a line to both Doom and the design of like a traditional D&D map. But it's just like, it's just a fun fact that I think like a novice level designer might not realize. that in a game like this, there is a lot of power in willingly giving the player a moment to breathe. Like right here, you'll notice it's a very open space, but I've been given multiple pillars to strafe around. Because otherwise they would just be beelining for me and then they would just wrap me. Lots of little things of game design that I'm sure some very experienced, you know, Quake mappers have probably talked about in a video. But I don't know if I've seen like a real broad appeal discussion. Ow, good. Bravo on the recoil of that. He nade bounced me. Good for him. I don't know if I've seen a lot of broad appeal video essays talking about level design like that. But I'd eat that shit up. Okay. That one, it's not as impressive the second time. Who was that one YouTuber everyone loves that also uploads once every 5 years? There's like this niche YouTube channel that uploaded a video talking about the level design of the original Zelda. Also, that's so pretty. And the way that Zelda 1... Yeah, there's many. But there's a specific one I'm referring to that, like, really emphasizes the first room of Zelda 1. Where you start off between a cave and 3 cardinal directions. And the player is, like, allowed to choose where they go from there. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? I don't think anyone here... Matthew Matosis, I believe, is the one I'm referring to. Okay, maybe it's a more common video than I thought, but... That was an observation that I found entertaining, and then I didn't watch the rest of the video. I'm a YouTuber, and I don't think I'm any different from the average YouTube viewer, which is that I watch like 6 minutes of a video, and then I'm like, that's cool, I'm done. I got all the information on this. You'll notice that I'm progressively saving more and more the longer I play this. Interesting. I get to see into there, but I can't quite reach. I can't fit in yet. I won't name names, but I've had a lot of experience, growing experiences over the year of getting like random DMs from the most random YouTubers giving me props for like a video when I put it out, and I'm it like partially an ego boost, but partially it's almost like makes me realize how many YouTubers or creators who don't necessarily make the same content as me still consume the same type of content that I do. Like people who aren't making like video essays or animations are still part of the demographic of people watching those videos. Like for some reason I never really considered that as plausible. Oh, I went back. It's not right. Gotta go back into the Lost Woods, everybody. I think it's just a dead end. No, I don't know. Am I high? That doesn't make any sense. What is happening? I guess it's just a loop. I guess it's just circular. Oh, I was just misunderstanding the geometry. I was just misunderstanding what I was fucking looking at. That's what happened. Well, now I have to find that fucking door to outside again. My biggest pet peeve with discussion around older games, like Legend of Zelda 1, is the lack of acknowledgement. I can't read this. It's going off screen and I'm drowning. I have to go... It's doing that thing where it won't let my mouse leave. Alright. My biggest pet peeve with older game discussion is the lack of acknowledgement around the historical context of instruction manuals. People talk about the game as if it was inscrutable and a total deep-end throw, but the instruction manual is very detailed and informative, and you were expected to read it. Yeah, I'm inclined to... Also, hi, Morgan. Hello. I'm inclined to agree with that. People forget that old games had a different language of explanation. Like, the culture of getting a new game expected you to read that because nobody conceptualized that in 20 years there would be a game fax or a chat GPT to ask on how to complete a game. At the same time, I think it is a fair criticism to leverage, but only if you leverage it not as a slight against their lack of foresight, but rather an observation that nothing was preventing them 20 years ago from a logistical standpoint teaching the player their game ludically within the game itself. Nothing inherently prevented, aside from, you know, partial technical limitations of, like, how easy it was to display text and how often. Like, obviously there are reasons and justifications for why a lot of games would just give you an instruction manual and not tell you in game. At the same time, it was entirely plausible that somebody, and I'm sure it exists somewhere, that games do explain their rules natively to the gameplay in a way that did age better than the ones that leaned on it. But you can't leverage that as a criticism against games that didn't do it as if it was obvious or as if it was easy. Because even if they could do that, it still would have been a massive technical undertaking just for, like, the degree to which how difficult it is to, like, add text at any given point in a game is, like, significantly more labor 30, 40 years ago than it is today for a developer to be like, oh, I'll have a text blurb. So even if it was possible for a game to be really intuitive, I don't fault old developers for just working with what they had. Oh, okay. I think I shot it with a grenade earlier. Aren't Ego Raptor's video essays basically about that? Yeah, I mean, that is... Sequelitis to some degree was about how, like, Mega Man X can teach you really smartly. Whee! I'm kind of back at the point of circling without progress, so I have to pause the discussion to orient myself here. Yeah, I don't think it's any secret that I adore Sequelitis in many ways, and the last video was a pretty unapologetic homage to it in some ways. I think there's a lot of very valid criticisms against Aaron Hansen, and some, like, that I think you could rightfully leverage against my video with regards to Quake 2 in some ways. But I did try to curve away from what he did in Sequelitis, in that Sequelitis never really broke into the actual development process of those games. He was just speaking about the ludic experience of, like, what the player is experiencing, about what is felt in gameplay, which is a very powerful tool for explaining whether or not a game does something well, but it can leave you prone to, like, blind spots, to not understanding design or not empathizing with why certain design decisions were made. And then obviously Sequelitis kind of being so focused on, like, the entertainment component of a video of kind of jabbing the devil's advocate arguments, that in some ways that can get in the way of backing up your point, because it's easy to dismiss a counter argument without deconstructing it. Those are things where I don't think sequelitis necessarily played to those strengths in a way that I like. Obviously my video sequelitis Quake 1 to Quake 2, but I tried to at least back up my subjective views with an objective backstory of like why development led to that, because it's a lot harder to hear about how the developers of a game attest themselves to it being a shit show and then try to argue that it wasn't a shit show. I got a new key, but I can't remember what it unlocks. But I think it's this way. Hi FUNKe from the GME channel. Hell yeah, Game Master Eric, and just coming in to say hi for the first time. Hell yeah. That's from the community of my Dungeon Master. My D&D runner. Or Game Master. I don't have the gold key, unfortunately. The outside looking in, not the inside looking out. Yeah. And I still think, like, that is, to many degrees, Egoraptor, Aaron Hanshen's strengths in sequelitis. Like, I think he knows how to distill a very complex opinion into a very simple and entertaining one. And I think that holds up. Ooh, okay. Is that a new gun I see? Well, new ammo, not a new gun. I saw a meme the other day about someone saying, like, I know Wolfenstein 3D is old, but what's going on with this map design? It was a meme where it's like, I forgot how bad the map design of Wolfenstein 3D was, and then it was a picture of a Wolfenstein map from overhead, but it was just like 6 swastikas with a bunch of like doors and like loot at the end of each swastika arm. And I can't tell if it's real, because if you know anything about Wolfenstein, that sounds real. Like, that probably exists, but I don't know if that's a real map. Because it is a game about running around shooting Nazis, so like it would make sense that the Nazi fortress is comprised of swastikas. I actually noticed when I was looking at some of the Wolfenstein 3D maps how fucking obvious it is that, like, they were just D&D level designing. Like, they were just taking boxes and then connecting them with hallways. Like, you look at a Wolfenstein 3D map and you're like, that's like every D&D battle map I've ever seen. Hey FUNKe, first time catching a stream. I discovered your channel through the Lunchbox mixtape, which is pretty funny since it's kind of a legacy album. I wanted to say it was fun discovering your channel backwards from a niche second channel. That is funny. Usually it's the other way around. Okay, so they've given me a grenade launcher in a big area, so the expected player behavior is to use AoE to my advantage here. Oh, it's a gladiator battle. Okay, alright. Look at him go. Whoa. Calm down, guys. I need... Oh, fuck! This is bad. I made a mistake. I made a mistake coming in here. This was a mistake! Saving. Okay. It's okay, guys. I auto-saved, which isn't cheating. It was how they played it back then. Should really let the Death Knight fight the corpse. It's kind of making my life easier. So I feel like I can't remember what these guys are, but the little head crab jumpers, that is a good example of an enemy type that does not exist in Quake 2 that I feel like misses the mark. It misses the point. I feel like that's really practical in Quake because it forces you to be very strafey. But Quake 2 being a game that everything is so fucking slow, you don't, like, strafing is much less relevant. And part of it is because there's not really a lot of monsters that jump at you. There is kind of an equivalent creature that's like this big quadruped thing that doesn't appear until like the back half of the game, and it's really rare. It's just one of many examples of, like, yeah, the Quake enemies are simple, but they clearly were designed with a lot of purpose behind them. Oh man, I wish I had a nade right now. Bad place to stand. Would you still recommend Quake 2 to an id fan? Well, what kind of an id fan are you? Like, you like most of the Doom games? Or you just like Quake the Arena? Like, yes, I would recommend it from a historian perspective of yeah, it would be compelling to play as someone who already understands id on a philosophical level. I don't know if I would personally suggest it on a gameplay level. If you want to know why, I made a whole video on it, but like, yeah, yes, but not for the reasons you would think. Like, I wouldn't... If you're someone who values your time in the games you play, and you're like, I want to play games that feel very rewarding, and I want to, like, walk away from it with fond memories of multiple gameplay moments, I don't feel like Quake 2 was that for me. I do trust that it was that for some people, but I don't think my perceptions of taste are the same. And I don't mean that in like a my taste is better way. I mean that as in you have to appreciate a certain tempo of FPS that is much slower in order to care for Quake 2. And I will maintain that if Quake 2 wasn't named Quake 2, it would probably, you know, gain a star or two of rating. But because it is part of the Quake lineage, it is impossible to separate it from comparison to the first. If it wasn't Quake 2, I probably just wouldn't have played it. Here's like something I feel about Quake 2 that I didn't voice in the last video, which is that it is a proto-Metroidvania. In a way that could have been really... In a way that is fascinating, but not impressive. In a way that, like, I feel like, in theory, Quake 2 could have been Metroid Prime prior to Metroid Prime, if they had just identified that as a skeletal structure. My reasoning being... God, I am strapped for ammo right now. My reasoning being Quake 2 has a lot of locked doors, which is natural of a Metroidvania. It asks the player to kind of accept and walk past many locked doors in order to go find the thing that opens it. But Quake 2, you aren't finding objects or tools that you bring back to a roadblock to unlock it. You're going across the map to flip a lever that opens that roadblock, and then you have to go find the lever. And on top of that, it doesn't repopulate the hub world or the play space that you're backtracking. So you're crossing the map, and then you have to backtrack through a liminal back room of areas you've already cleared in order to go find the thing that you've already cleared. So it is almost a Metroidvania, but it doesn't actually make the trek back interesting, and it doesn't do a great job of intellectually rewarding the player for finding a solution across the map and then bringing it all the way back. And a lot of that was because of production purposes, because on a production level, they were trying to get it out by the holidays. Tim Willits was vying for power as the lead map designer, and so he was kind of choking out American McGee and some of the other level designers into not embracing any other level design structure. And so you just get this really you get this linear structure where you have to retrace your steps in a straight line over and over through areas that are not fun to retrace your steps, for progression systems that aren't intuitive or fun or rewarding. I think there was a universe where Quake 2 knew that, did those things correctly, and ended up being a really fucking cool game. And I think that that game is kind of ultra kill, but like broadly, I'm sure other people have made that game but correctly. And in some ways you could argue like Metroid Prime kind of was that. Like sure, it's a slower FPS, but the actual act of backtracking was intuitive. All this to say that yeah, Quake 2 is very worth playing from a historian perspective, but not on its own merit, in my opinion. And again, this is stuff that I feel like I'll probably release a second channel video going into, because I didn't want to hang too long on Quake 2. But there is a lot more to be said of what it tried to be and what it kind of missed the mark on. But I don't have a time range on that, because again, I'm still trying to... This is... Like, I feel like every time I release a video, I go on about saying I'm going to try to upload more often, and I talk about trying to have a more structured work schedule. I will say so far I feel like I'm adhering to it the best, which is that I have a cork board behind my desk right now with some sticky notes, and I've kind of laid out a structure of like, okay, week 1 I'm gonna get all of my research for the video completed, and get like the first draft written. Week 2 I'll finish the drafting and start getting all of the recording done. Week 3 I will get all of the editing and animation, and then week 4 I'll finish up everything. So I feel like I'm on my ways to getting progress, enough that I can try to have some second channel content out, because I actually know where my free time is. FUNKe, did you hear about the Metroid Prime mod that adds rocket jumping and source movement? No, but I absolutely have to play that. Also, hello, Sephi. I played a mod of Metroid Prime 1 that gives you mouse control rather than the typical lock-on. And I actually had fun with it. I want to find a way up, I just don't know how, and I also have 0 ammo and 10 HP. This is so embarrassing. Out of my way. I was under the impression that one of the only ways to kill these guys is to hammer them while they're down. But I guess I'm mistaken. I feel like you're secretly working on a video game. No, with an asterisk. Because, yeah, there is always a part of me that's kicking around game design programs. And like, yes, there is a game that I want to learn to make that I'm not talking about. But it's not something I expect to have the capability or progress to make or show for, I would guess, many a year, but at minimum, it's not my priority. It's a pet project. I feel like I have cleared out everything of ammo. And it's making this real hard. I know you have a list of game ideas, but do you have like a main big one then? Yes and no. I think I'm at the point where I've prototyped the game I had in mind enough that I'm reconsidering how there's this advice that I read that I can't speak to the efficacy to, but it is you don't just build games, build systems, because you can have a really good game idea, but once you start building the system, you're gonna discover things that don't work about it. And if you're too married to them, that's how you end up with Daikatana. You have to be willing to modify the game you're making based on what is working, not based on what you think is a good idea. So yeah, I have ideas for what I think would be a fun game. I guess to give like some context, I find like the structure of an extraction game fascinating. The idea that you're entering a play area and then leaving it with stuff. I find that fascinating, but what I don't like is that pretty much all extraction games treat the loot found as either, you know, like ammo or guns or combat stuff or consumables, or as like stuff to be sold. Stuff to be sold for currency so that you can buy more guns and ammo. And I am interested in a game that involves going into a play area and just kind of collecting permanent fixtures. So imagine there's just like a bench right here. I go in, I grab the bench, I throw it in my inventory, and then I go back to the hub world. And now I have a cool bench that I can like decorate my hub world with, or my house. That's kind of the framing of a game that I found interesting to eugenics. I haven't played it, but I'll pick it up now. But that is a type of game structure that I'm interested in prototyping. And I did prototype some of that in Godot. But a system that I kind of got caught on was how do I handle the inventory of a system like that. And I was sort of drawn towards like a Resident Evil inventory, which is that you have a grid-based a grid of cells, of boxes, and each object would represent like a different polyomino, like a Tetris shape. So I prototyped out like this inventory where you're sort of rotating and flipping Tetris shapes within like a 6x3 grid, or I guess like a 6x9 grid. And what I found was that it does work, but there is a ludic difficulty in, like, how do you make the object in world, like, how do you make it obvious that a park bench is a specific Tetris shape, which gets into, like, the design language of like, do I make a container and then, like, do I just make a generic Tetris container and then throw shit into it, or do I shape the objects like Tetris shape? Like, there's a lot of weird questions that you don't think about when you're just thinking, well, I just want to make a thing where you collect stuff. Because when I came up with the idea, I was like, oh, and I'll just have, like, a Minecraft inventory where you just throw objects into each cell. But the more I got married to this Resident Evil backpack, the more I started seeing kind of the limitations of a backpack like that. An icon over the object when you hover. Yeah, that's kind of where the prototype is at now. Which was that I have a representational container as like a hover preview above the thing itself. And then whenever you drop it, you can kind of see both. But working on that made me think, like, well, what if... Because my game also is kind of like a very parkour-y, you know, deadlock character controller with, you know, Quake-style guns. So, like, how married do I have to be to the actual furniture collection at all? Like, is my game not going to be about collecting furniture, but rather you have to run around and fill your bag with these Tetris shapes in order to, like, complete a puzzle? Like, I'm at a point in my prototyping where I'm seeing the many different structures that my game could potentially become, where it's not necessarily a game about collecting furniture, but maybe it's a game about collecting these fancy shapes that are used to, like, fill puzzles on the wall or whatever. Which is just to say, the strength of designing a system over a game is that rather than shoehorning a design that just kind of works, you can naturally lead yourself to a design that you know for sure works well, instead of trying to make something work well that doesn't. And also, just like on an intellectual level, it is really fun to think about problems in with non-binary solutions, where the game design solution to a problem isn't strictly, oh, I'll just nerf the numbers on this thing, or I'll just make the jump not go as high. You start thinking more diagonally about, well, are there other systems I could introduce? Like, if these enemies are I think I talked about this on the last stream, so I won't harp too much, but, like, if an enemy is too hard to beat, or if an enemy is too easy to beat, do I just make the enemy hit harder, or do I give the enemy more attack patterns and defensive options that force the player to change their playstyle? Game design is not a binary system of, oh, I just have to tune the numbers. Like, tuning the numbers is important, but there is a lot of fun intellectually as a game developer, I must imagine, in thinking of the many solutions that don't already exist within whatever system you have. Which is also, like, fascinating and also tragic as a consumer of games, because there's so many what-if directions that it is just truly impossible to document all of it in a game. And so as a consumer, we just see the thing that it becomes and the highlight reel of what it briefly was. But it is very rare that a game documents every single possible direction that was considered. And also, I must imagine as a game developer, it's so much work making a game the last thing you want to do when you're done with it is relive the entire experience by going back build by build and explaining the entire process of it. Which is really how you end up with the community modding and the community builds and the community documentation of what games were and became. Because it's hard to expect a developer to document every single thought they have about what their game would be. But it's so fascinating to me as someone who I guess you would like qualify me as like a semi-researched consumer with like maybe a bare bones understanding of the back end of game design. It's fascinating to me to straddle the line where I play a game and I can wonder these things, but I don't necessarily receive an answer on why decisions were made. The good news is good game design you can kind of tell what they were trying to do. Which is kind of true of really bad game design too. I feel like if game design is truly bad or truly good, then you can tell the intent of the artist. But if a game is sort of in a weird in-between, it gets muddy and you can't tell what the fuck they were trying to do. And I know I'm starting to speak very broadly here, but I guess my point is, in all of my time learning and fucking with Godot, it is kind of reoriented my thought process playing games in a way that I didn't do like a year or two ago. Which is that, you know, 2 years ago, I mostly just thought about games, and I know I overused this word, but ludically, which is, ludic content is content that exists within the game itself. The way that a game explains and shows things in the game on its own. Like the felt experience of playing the game. Especially like in-world and not in like a meta-contextual UI, this door opens elsewhere kind of thing. Like 2 years ago, I just thought of games mostly through the realm of, am I having fun? Am I not? Why do I think I'm having fun or why not? But in fucking around with Godot, I feel like I better kind of understand the many different systems of why certain decisions are made. About why a developer would maybe choose to put an arena of 35 jumpers right before a checkpoint. And why I would put the shotgun ammo in a small room in order to generate a degree of risk for reward, which is that if you want ammo, you have to cram yourself into a tiny room. So you'll get ammo, but then you have to figure out how to survive that shit. Like, that is a very intentional design decision that I still fucked up. that you might not necessarily notice if you're just thinking about a game strictly in a binary am I having fun or not way. Notice that the room isn't giving me any rocket ammo. It's giving me nails and shotgun ammo. Which means even though I have a grenade launcher, I can only work with any of the ammo I brought into the room. Notice the room is wide enough that I could strafe the enemies far away from the ammo room in order to grab the ammo and escape. Notice that once you drop into the room, you can't actually parkour your way out. You have to stay in here until it's completed. Like, those things are very intentional design decisions. And I also just think if you want to be like a journalist or a games critic worth your weight in salt, pun intended, you kind of need to develop the skill of noticing those things. Oh no, I have no ammo. That is rough. Because if you don't, then you Dunning-Kruger yourself into saying a game sucks for reasons that you can't even articulate. In ways that even I believe I still do, even as someone who's actively working on learning these things. Even then, you're still going to have blind spots. But it also makes playing the game a lot more fun. I feel like I can play a boring game and be less bored by simply just trying to understand the design choices that were made, rather than deciding whether or not I feel like it's easy or hard. When I was learning game design in school, we were taught through creating non-video games, like making expansions for existing games as well as novel games, which gave me a nice perspective on the iteration process of making games. Yeah. It will always be easier to learn something by reverse engineering it rather than building it from scratch. Oh, and also you reminded me of something one of my video game buddies. I have some friends that are like actually industry game designers, or at least contributing to like live service AAA games. And my buddy Zach told me a story when he was in college in a particular game design course, which I can't name because I didn't take it. But he described a project where his professor basically had the class construct physical versions of games prior to making the real game. So before they actually like programmed a game on the computer, they had to basically make like a paper tabletop version of it, where you need to be able to explain your game with a sort of a physical prototype. And doing that would help you ideate how the game would actually work on like a mechanical level. Where I'm just kind of trying to think of an example. If you're making a game that's designed around like you can't use your WASD keys, but you have like a nondescript amount of like movement abilities that move you, 5 feet forward, or rocket jump. Like you can't WASD, but you can rocket jump around, or you can like slide. If you were to do a physical prototype of that, you could have like a battle map grid, and then explain the rules of like each ability will move you X tiles. Like a rocket jump will fly you forward 10 tiles, or a shotgun blast will knock you back 3 tiles. Basically, my buddy described that he had to do that for his class in college, and I found that fascinating, and that was something that I kind of tried to do prior to the Godot project that I'm kicking around, which was kind of what led me to the whole Tetris inventory system. Because I kind of, okay, well, if I had to physically manage picking up all of these assets from a level, how would the inventory system work? My professor has a full cabinet of tokens and cards and stuff, and encourages doing as much through that first. And it makes sense when you really think about it. I've definitely noticed from my experience, even just from like fucking with Trench Broom for Quake maps, that thinking of something and trying to visualize it in your head is practical. But there is a lot of value in seeing what you're trying to understand in front of you as some sort of a physical or non-physical prototype. I need to stop talking and actually figure out what the fuck I'm doing, because I have been walking in circles. I surmise that I need to drop down this hole and not die, but I keep dying trying. And the problem is there's water, but I keep slamming my fucking face into the geometry because it's slightly slanted. And you would figure I don't take fall damage slanting, but it's Quake 1. So it's a fucking nightmare. I'm assuming this is the solution. I'm assuming I just have to parkour through. I'm getting so focused looking down that I'm not looking forward, is what's happening. Gonna quick save here. FUNKe, on the topic of ammo management, Northern Journey addresses most Quake 2 problems. By the way, its peak was unique with how it handled weapons, and every enemy encounter was unique in the sense you'll fight a new enemy in an area, in an encounter or two, and never see it again. So the player needs to put in the effort to see the surroundings and how the enemy moves to decide what weapons to use. Okay, so you're saying that there is like a very real consideration for how the environment factors into like the combat and the weapons. I've not heard of that. Northern Journey. Okay. I'll trust your taste on this one. I just can't say much about it because it is totally news to me. Something I also want to point out, is that you'll notice that there are locked doors in this expansion, but I'm never like... It's not only locked doors. Like, there are a lot of directions of trajectory that I'm actually allowed to travel. And I know this is a very bad visual example of what I'm saying, but a strength of Quake is that I feel like it can introduce locked doors without feeling like it's telling you to stop moving. I feel like I never find a locked door and then stop knowing where I should check next. Like, I know this is locked, but this is clearly a viable path of progression. Oh my god, that was a crazy time to quick save. So what I'll say is, the next video is kind of an experiment I'm doing, trying to balance a heavy workload with like a completion cutoff, a due date for the video being done. But after that, I'm gauging going back to the bucket list video structure and kind of deciding maybe going through like the Metroid Prime games and seeing whether that's something I can discuss passively or if that's something that balloons into a whole thesis. Or, you know, maybe non-FPS games, like very real possibility I do like a bucket list for RPGs or action adventure games or whatever. Something that I can get done on a shorter time scale. And then after that, I'm going to try to kind of zigzag between the bigger projects and the smaller bucket listy videos. That is kind of where my head is at on a production level right now. And part of why I'm planning that is that I feel like if I zigzag like that, then I can play through games for a bucket list while I do all of the heavy lifting for the bigger videos. Which is to say, you might see me streaming like Metroid Prime 2 and 3 and 4 in the coming weeks, so that I can make I can consider a video on that after the video I'm already working on is complete. Which is maybe the most mature thing I've ever done in my career. Actually trying to plan 2 videos in advance rather than just whatever is one in advance. God, this is a crazy hallway. How fucked up is it that they put a health pack and needles at the end of this hallway? That's so fucked up. Grenades are really not the option here because as soon as this guy jumps on me, I'm toast. I'm trying to not strafe into this room because I know something's gonna happen. What port is this? This is just the Steam variant, which maybe is Quake. I don't quite know. It's not the original. If that weren't obvious. It's a tough time to not have a nail launcher. The remaster is on Quake's engine. Oh. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. I hadn't considered that it was the remake. I just said Steam. The Steam one, which is the Okay. Oh, I had to do it. I had to fucking shoot the point blank. Just hold the shot. Just hold the shot and you'll be safe. Okay. Do you think they'll make a new Quake game? Fuck no. They got gutted and they were making Doom. Yeah, I'd be happy if they did. How did you get Twitch chat in game? I'm gonna let you in a little secret. It's just a filter. It's just like a CRT, maybe not CRT, like a, what is it? A CSTV. It's retro effects with an NTSC filter, which is also applied to like the hand. It blended in well. Oh, I'm glad it was. I mean, I also have it applied to the game for the record, but I'm glad that it seems seamless. The problem with streaming is I can never remember if I actually got the key or not. But I'm gonna assume no. I just figured it was a fitting filter to choose. I had considered putting a filter across the video I uploaded, because I already uploaded it in 4.3, which I felt was appropriate for the era. I considered doing like an NTSC or potentially CRT filter for like the later segments, but I just didn't end up doing it. Partially because like it makes text hard to read. Partially because it's just a little gaudy. Wow. Oh wait, this goes backwards. Chat, what's our opinion on truffle as a flavor? Is that being shoehorned into everything undeservedly, or has it earned the right? Because personally, I'm a truffle defender. Truffle oil is too much. Okay, but like truffle salt. I had some truffle salt chips. Well, specifically I had a truffle hummus with some standard chips. And I love it. I adore it. But I'm also noticing that everything has fucking truffle in it now. It's overexposed, but still good. Yeah. Sort of holding my tongue on some self-deprecation, because I agree. Alright, I'm experiencing Oh, what do I do? Where do I go moment. Let's see. I have not been here yet. I must assume that there is an entry point from the right here, unless this, the locked key leads to here. No backseating, right? I mean, I wouldn't mind a cough backward or forward, but I get the feeling it's a backward. Wait, that's a key. Oh, okay. All right. You know what? I don't need backseating. I get it. That's clever. That's cute. Now the real question is, how do I jumpstart this thing? Woo! Ain't seeing that shit in the original Quake. Ain't seeing that shit in a Willits level. Maybe a McGee level. Low key. Give me cool gun. Give me better gun. I feel like the Death Knight is one of the better examples of an enemy in Quake 1, which is that they don't just swing at you or fire at you. They have a distinct fire pattern, but they also can melee if you get up close. So they have both a ranged option and a close range strength. I feel like most enemies in Quake are not like that. Most are either mono or duo behavioral, where they like do one or two things. Which I guess the Death Knight does two things, but I don't know. I feel like I remember the Death Knight encounters more than I do anything else, more than the jumpers. Have you covered Doom 3 anywhere? I haven't, but that is a video that I intend to do at some point. I feel like I've kind of explained this ad nauseum, but I made a bucket list video, and I plan on making videos going through the rest of each of those series. And so, similar to how I made a video on Quake, I'd like to at some point make a video talking about the many Doom games. So I haven't talked about Doom 3, and to be honest, I have not completed it enough that I could sit here and talk about it. Nothing to apologize for. I meant by ad nauseum, I meant I've willingly kind of re-explained it a bit too much, but it's fine. I've had an idea for a game before that I'm kind of surprised hasn't really been made before, but I don't see myself really pursuing it because I don't have the patience to learn how. Well, just wait 4 years. You can tell the computer to make it for you. Otherwise, yeah, I can kind of I can kind of understand the sentiment. I think there's a multitude of many games that I would love to, in theory, either make exist or see exist that just do not, by virtue of it simply requires many things that I don't want to learn, nor do at this point in time. Why would you make the computer do it for you? That doesn't sound fun. I mean, I'll devil's advocate against that. Much of what makes game design fun is not strictly in the laborial work of writing code. It is in the intellectual work of polishing and refining systems. And that is a taste thing, which, yeah, a computer isn't going to do for you, but you can be you can be heavily involved in the process of, you know, vibe coding to a degree that you still have a footprint of your own decision making and taste in it, in a way that we're only now really starting to see the ramifications of. And I think as time passes, people are gonna have to grapple with the reality that is AI being like, or LLMs particularly, being really practical at programming, and in the realm of programming video games, I don't presume that to be something that goes away. I think that will only be more adopted by programmers, and I, in many ways, kind of agree with them in that, yeah, the end goal. I think soul isn't a binary thing of if you. I'm trying to think of like a metaphor without being pretentious about it, but like, not everyone mixes the colors that they paint with. Which, yeah, it's a leap to say that writing code is somehow that generating code is somehow like using a brush of paints that you didn't mix. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is like, I think what people enjoy about game design is not solely in the experience of learning or writing code. I think over the next decade, we're going to discover plenty of people find it appealing to, for lack of a better term, coordinate with like LLMs or something to produce code while humans kind of take the wheel on design decisions and fine-tuning. And I know I'm giving a very both sides politician answer here, but I'll remind everyone that if you go to a FUNKe stream pre-2019, post 2 a.m., you will find many a 2-hour segments of me harping about how I do think AI is going to slowly take over many a workforce. And I still kind of maintain that viewpoint with a lot of nuance. And I think there will always be a lot of rightful, like, ethical dilemmas and pushbacks. But I don't know if I am convinced by the argument that if an AI generates my game, there is therefore no soul to be found in the creation process. I am ammoless in a room of things much stronger than me. Which is really a great visual metaphor for AI. I miss you, my fair McGinnis chud. What did bro mean? I'm circling as if I'm gonna find ammo, but it's not gonna happen. But this seems to be a room where the door stays locked until everything's dead, so I'm gonna have to circle strafe this. It's not the swings that I'm scared of, it's the projectiles. That's what I'm scared of. Okay. Thank goodness. A lot of people who don't really work with AI miss how iterative and back and forth it is to work with. Yeah, I'll drop some usage of it on my part that people may or may not have I guess quarrels with, which was that in importing some of the assets from Daikatana to Blender, the actual process of like getting Plague Village into Blender involves a very tedious sequence of using like export tools and import tools and additional export and import tools to get BSPs decompiled into a format that can be put in Blender, and then there's getting assets like torches and props out of Daikatana as well. That was something that I opted to use AI for moving like the assets out of Daikatana and into Blender in a way that I could use them. And to me, that is a use case of AI where it did not in any way detract from my creative control over the project, which was I wanted to manually animate my character in an environment from Daikatana, but nobody had already ported those assets into Blender. And I think there's a lot of use cases of AI that only serve to get to minimize the tedium of the production process. You used AI to import Daikatana assets to Blender. How did that work? Well, don't fucking ask me, bro. Ask Claude. I don't fucking know how it did it. Which is my point. There are some things that it is perfectly valid to find creative meaning in the act of doing. And I will never disagree with someone who proposes that to fully like intellectually engage with what you're doing, you should aim to be as like manual in the process as possible. Like I'm not going to disagree with that guy per se, but I also have kind of a philosophical disagreement on what it means to find fulfillment in work at all. I am of the opinion that the entirety of using a computer is just a labyrinth of middlemen of us trying to get stuff out of our head and externalized into the world. I think programming was the extension of man saying, I have this idea in my head and I'm trying to externalize it into a set of tools. And so we are kind of coming out of an era where, to be a creative, you basically have to be able to juggle a multitude of not just tools, but like the ability to like not just navigate Blender, but also learn and memorize the many hotkeys of Blender, simply to do or access certain menus that you mentally already know what you're trying to do, but you lack the technical knowledge of like what the hotkey is. In a way that asking LLM through like an MCP to, hey, I need you to like modify the IK rigging of this armature for me in a way that I intellectually understand what needs to be done, but on a laborial level gain nothing from doing myself. Quote unquote gain nothing. I guess my point is, like, I'm of the opinion that much creative work is simply learning the juggling needed to get the thing inside outside. And a lot of LLM and AI is aimed at the directive of culling out middlemen of that process. The problem is there are absolutely many actors that just want to cut out the end product too. Non-creative people who simply think the creative process is whether or not you can snap your fingers and make the thing. Many people without taste are going to try to push and use AI in ways that are objectively terrible, in ways that upset and frustrate all of us, myself included. But I don't think that is hand in hand with the many valid use cases of technology for making it that I don't have to learn certain hotkeys and programs, or I don't have to mull over. I'll give you another example. And if someone legitimately has a a disapproval of this usage of AI. I'm curious to hear the counter argument, which is that my Bommy model, I do all of the animation manually, but when we initially made the Bommy model, this was like prior to bone drivers in Blender. So what I had worked with Pybun to do is have a vertical slider in Blender where I can go grab this bone in a Blender scene and slide it up and down, and it switches between different mouth shapes. The problem is when you're trying to lip sync, you have to be flipping through these constantly. For like a 30-second clip, that can be like hundreds of mouth flaps. And for each of them, I have to grab this vertical slider and manually move it. The solution to simplifying that is making a bone driver, where instead of dragging this one bone manually up and down, you just have this UI menu that shows a bunch of buttons of each mouth. And you just click whichever mouth shape that you want to flip to. That was something that I did not have set up for the Bommy model, but needed set up to speed up the process of lip syncing. And so I ended up using LLM just to translate my existing vertical slider into what was basically a bone driver menu. So all this to say, I was still manually doing and refining all lip sync, but the actual controlling on the back end of that, on a creative process, I implored an automation tool that just cut out the middle steps of me having to re-rig it, or potentially having to come up with a separate system for it. I think maybe the most compelling ethical counter-argument to that would be that, like, would hypothetically give me less reason to commission out for certain assets in my production. But aside from that, like, I don't view that as something, as an automation of the animation process. Do note that I've been in this room for a solid 11 minutes. I think I've died in this exact spot over and over. And I do appreciate there is a lot of thoughtful response in chat that I want to read and respond to, but I can't without also dying in this corner. So I'm gonna try to lock in very briefly, just enough to get this done. Deskilling is a big common worry, personal worry as a software engineer, is that we'll stop prioritizing developer experience and ergonomics as much because the LLM can boilerplate past it, which will lead to less readable, reviewable, and beautiful code long term. Oh yeah, I 100% see what you mean and agree with that. I think I'm kind of discussing the short term in a way that doesn't apply to the long term, which is that, yeah, it starts with you offsetting this tertiary skills necessary for work, but how quickly does that turn into, okay, well, I also don't need to do the lip sync for my videos because LLM gets to a point hypothetically that it can do that. At what point does the slippery slope just become I'm no longer animating anything in my own video? And to what degree does that change the quality of the work itself? To put it in like a personal stance, but also to what you're saying, yeah, from a back-end perspective, at what point do you not even have engineers on staff for the review of code because you just... LLM incestuous code is so esoteric in nature and too rapid in iteration that it's just not plausible to have people involved at all. Like, I do agree, it's not necessarily a concern of like the immediate future of you can have useful tools in a semi-ethical way, but where does it all go? And yeah, that is a fear that I would say I share as well. I'm gonna go ahead and scroll up, because I understand I kind of asked people to counterpoint me and then I didn't really respond. I would call those tools, because the use of those still require action and intent. You still need to swing the hammer to hit the nails. Generative AI is removing that action. Yeah, I equally agree, and also feel like generative AI is the one furthest from being even remotely impressive right now. Like, I'm not someone who thinks the technology won't get to that point, but I will say I've out of curiosity used generative AI not to produce anything, but just to see if it could produce like concept art of a described landscape, and it was like wholly incapable of accomplishing, even with very specific instruction and description, what I was attempting to get it to conclude. And I equally hate and disapprove of like usage of Gen AI and like, you know, advertisements. Like I smell that shit a mile away, and if I see it, I tag out. But I also think of myself, I almost worry to what degree, to where my ethical line stands. And I, as a joke, would attribute this to me having 4,000 hours on McGinnis. In a half-ironic way. So for context, in Deadlock, I play this character McGinnis, and her whole narrative shtick is that she works for like the occult industrial complex, making these machines that run on human souls, and she's completely ambivalent to the ethical concerns of that. She's just like, because she's mostly interested in the challenge of generating those, of producing those tools and seeing what they make. And I'm mostly joking, but I do think I'm a person that has a fascination for like, what can this technology become with enough scaling? And if we were to get to a point where you could conceivably describe an asset of content, whether that's a whole game or just, you know, generating a model in Blender. If it gets to a point where it can do that better and faster than a person, is that strictly good or bad? And is that something, is that a world that I just adapt to and become using, or is that a world where I end up on the side of like of paganism, of where, because I think where this is all heading is in 10 years there's going to be an opt-out movement of people who only consume and engage with and produce content using like human-made tools and human-made labor. Well, I think like probably the lion. Sorry, I know this fucking sucks to watch. You're watching the shittiest Quake gameplay ever with very uninformed AI discussion. But kind of where I'm getting at. Oh my god, sorry. I just I have to kite him outside. It's the only way I'm ever gonna win. I guess I don't know. I don't know that I have a strong enough ethical stance to say that it isn't intriguing to me to see what a really smart computer could make on its own. At the same time, I deeply value the human component of creation, and I engage with media through the lens of who made it, why did they make it, what were they going through when they made it, and what am I going through as I engage with it. Like, that is how I think. Okay, this is officially just a completely cursed quick save. So the problem is I got this guy on my right also firing shots at me. I'm just playing Twister right now. There's maybe a scenario where I can kite past this all. Maybe not. I will say that I've kind of come to a personal conclusion that I started YouTube only ever doing like very laborious self-made content, and I don't want there to ever be a point that I hand off what I do, at least like with FUNKe, to a machine. Like, there are scenarios where I'm willing to call upon it for the purpose of, like, tools, for giving me the maximum creative control over my own creative process. But I don't, like, I would feel it a creative failure if 30 years from now I flipped a switch and said, all right, I'm gonna AI generate FUNKe content. And I think the nuance in that is I don't entirely have a choice in the matter, which is that I, as a creative, will always, like, willingly, or for at least this creative process, abstain from, like, generative AI or fully offloading labor. But I also think if you give it like 10-20 years, we're gonna get to a point where somebody else could conceivably feed my videos into some sort of a model and probably generate a product of that is passable enough that people would be willing to, like, watch it. Which I guess my point is, even if I abstain from ever making AI-generated FUNKe, I almost have to accept that with my content being public data, I don't really have a choice. And I will certainly fight for whatever control I have of my own work, though. And sorry, I know this is getting very dystopian and not conducive to progress in Dawn of the Machines. But also it's called Dawn of the Machines, so maybe it's the most fitting discussion I could be having right now. The AIs outside of LLMs are doing actual work figuring out proteins and scanning for cancers. The conglomeration of these two in social media has been really frustrating. Yeah. I definitely agree. That's kind of... This sounds weird, but everything with my mom also kind of changed how soft my stance is with AI, which is that my mom passed from pancreatic cancer, which today is not solved. But that is something... That is like one of the things AI is most valuable for solving in the next decade. For cancers in particularly, but especially the types of cancers that specifically do not get caught until it's too late to really prevent it. And there is a lot of progress in medical research expedited by AI in a way that it is really difficult for someone in my position to take a negative stance against AI. On the grounds alone of, for whatever negative abstract hits this becomes to, like, what it means to be creative as a human, it's hard not to overvalue the fact that it is probably the best chance we have at, like, actually curing cancer. At the same time, I also acknowledge how curing cancer is kind of the cop-out justification for building the button that nukes humanity. Like, yeah, if the button has a 50% chance for nuking humanity and a 50% chance for solving cancer, it's easy to shift the conversation away from why are we even considering this to, well, what is 50% anyways? So the nuance of even that is not lost on me, but I'm trying to, like, be very honest in my own approach to what is the future of us. I think it's different to be against AI in general versus generative AI specifically. Yeah, I think there's a lot of nuance to it. I don't think I'm a person versed to truly explain it, but I do agree. I do think there's something really interesting to bring up that some of you may or may not be aware of, which is John Carmack, who, if you're here, you probably know who he is. He went on post id and post, like, I want to say post Quake 3. He ended up briefly doing rocket science, of all things, but after that he started Keen. Well, after that I think he went to Meta for a while for, like, VR. But after that he started up Keen Technologies. Keen Technologies is something fascinating that even I don't think I can explain it well, but Carmack started this kind of earlier into the LLM movement, where Carmack kind of, so LLMs like ChatGPT and these started kind of, like, they kind of proved that just scaling it bigger and bigger did seem to work, and that you did get better performance by scaling it up. John Carmack starts Keen Industries with basically the proposal that maybe intelligence isn't, or maybe like AGI, like maybe a general intelligence isn't strictly found in scaling up, but maybe there are non-LLM pathways into to scaling up higher intelligences for the computer. And so Carmack starts this company called Keen Technologies, where instead of building and scaling LLMs, and I'm gonna try to give you an explanation in the most charlatan way possible, where he's basically he's almost like running, for lack of a better term, he's like sitting AI down in front of these old computer games with an infinite wall of sort of simulated environments and just running it over and over, trying to give it what I heard was kind of the general explanation of Keen Technologies is maybe AGI, maybe like computer intelligence is built the same way you build it in like a child, which is enrichment in activities. And so John Carmack, like right now, reinforcement learning sounds like the correct description, which is he's just trying to, I guess, consider scaling for like reinforcement learning as opposed to large language models. I think if you're interested in the field of AI at all, it is worth doing research into what Keen Technologies is to better understand it from like the non-YouTuber explanation. But the thesis of what Carmack is doing is he doesn't totally believe that they're going to reach AGI by just scaling up LLM systems, which is that they don't think making ChatGPT bigger is going to result in like ChatGPT suddenly becoming conscious, is kind of his proposal. And that is what he stopped doing rocket science and Quake and id Software to do, because he's a genuinely very intelligent guy. And I think the fact that even he is willing to go down such an avant-garde route proves that we still are like very much in the early stages of some crazy technological breakthroughs. I was gonna ask if there would be a reward system there. I, again, can't explain it well, but from what I last heard about, he was specifically looking at not just reinforcement learning a system digitally, but also giving it a literal physical analog controller and a camera to look at a screen, and then reinforcement learning the usage of these actual analog tools. So that is part of Keen Technologies' process. And with that, like, there's a reward system of making sure that it can play games where it can see the scoreboard, because it's playing, like, I want to say that they're training it right now on like some old Atari games and shit. Simply because, like, that is a resolution at which their, like, models can keep up, I guess. It's fascinating. It is a fascinating whole of, like, a very weird approach that I don't fully understand, but I try to follow it. Basically, Carmack's trying to give the computer hands and teach it to use hands and eyes, rather than just teaching it to interface through, you know, a Zoom screen share. Or meta glasses. I'm going to scroll up because I know there's a lot of big fancy messages I'm not responding to. First time chatter here. I'm an AI pagan, but I kind of agree with Carmack here. I think the ethical issues with LLMs and generative AI aren't its use cases, but more so the harm it causes through its scale up. Environmental concerns and literally cutting up and shredding books to farm data. Carmack made a very compelling point in a podcast. I don't know which podcast. I want to say it was maybe like Lex Friedman. But it might have been Joe Rogan for all I know. Regardless, Carmack was on some sort of podcast discussing AI briefly. And he made this offhand comment, which he doesn't necessarily believe AI will be the result of scaling up and 10,000 lines of code. He thinks it's probably gonna be like 100 or 1,000 lines of relatively simple but concise code that gets figured out down the line. Which Carmack's proposal being that scaling up isn't necessarily going to lead to higher intelligence, but rather it's going to be a simplification of processing itself. And I'm curious to know if he ends up being true on that. I really need to simplify my own intelligence so that I can solve this room that I've been looping around endlessly. The gate opens elsewhere. Well, maybe it's the exact opposite direction. It's not. I mean, this has a guy. This has a guy I haven't seen yet. So maybe, God, it's so bright. The basic training algorithms have been around for 50 years. The physical tech had to catch up. I guess like the structure of what LLM is. I'm not gonna speak as if I truly understand how those systems work. I did it. I found progress. And yeah, that's gonna be maybe the most interesting thing to look back on in another 20 years, which is how many... It's almost... I bet you that this already exists as a piece of media, but how much modern technology could have existed earlier, but simply didn't because no one thought of it early enough. Like, I guess you could say everything, right? There's really no resources that exist today that didn't exist 50,000 years ago, right? Like, all of the components to build a computer existed 50,000 years ago. There just wasn't a guy. And by extension, how many of, like, our biggest technological breakthroughs today, or in 20 years, were already possible now, but we just didn't quite know which way to light up the microchips. How many, which zeros and ones to flip on and off. Or I guess in the case of, like, quantum computing, which what in-betweens to land on. FUNKe, I was that generic guy you just shot and killed. I had a family to go back to, but I'll curse you forever now. Oh, listen, man, you shouldn't have been navigating a nondescript catacomb menacingly. Like, frankly, you were asking for it. Ooh, this feels like a secret. Actually, this feels like I'm just backtracking. Nope, nope, it's a new area. It's a new area. Damn it. Now it's an old area. I think I just sent myself back to the start of the level. Actually, that interests me. Is AI better at predicting than quantum computers? You would have to imagine those converge at some point, right? Like maybe sure, today an AI could... in that we probably have more influence and control over an LLM than we do a quantum computer. But from what I've heard, that's kind of the next frontier. I mean, we're pretty... The reason quantum computers... My understanding, the reason it's so important is we're already making like microprocessors so tiny that we're quickly impeding on, like, the universal limit of how small you can make something. And so at some point we have to make break ground on quantum computing, simply because you just can't scale the hardware down any further. I'm trying to find the ramp back up. What sucks is I know that there's roughly a gold key at the bottom of a lava pit, but I just don't quite know the route back to that lava pit. FUNKe, what's the one thing you want to be the first person to do? Have the option to live forever. And note my wording there, Genie. I didn't say the first person to live forever. I just want the option. And frankly, I don't even need to be the first. Like, you can give that to other people, but as long as I'm, like, in the timeline of it, I'm fine with that too. To answer literally, I don't know. I don't think I'm someone that particularly values having to be the first of anything. I'm mostly solely interested in, like, the experience of learning to have skills that I desire to have. There is no part of me that's like, and I need to be the first guy to do it. I don't mean that in a humble way, in a humbling way. I just mean it very literally. I can't think of something that I feel, because I feel like wanting to be the first is to some degree is a form of ego, not even in a bad way. Like, someone wanted to you know, make the first computer. Somebody wanted to make the first band-aid to heal the first wound. But I think those people were probably driven by just the desire to make something that didn't exist yet, or to improve, not the desire to be the first person explicitly. Which I guess I'm splitting hairs, but I don't know. Like, I guess there's a part of me that looks at a lot of pioneers of what I do as, like, a YouTuber who, like, finds a certain format of video that catches on, that finds a certain structure that sort of trends. Like, yeah, there's kind of a part of me that wonders, like, I wonder if there is a structure of video that I just kind of have not wandered into, that I could be the first to. Like, sure, there's, I could probably say something like that. Let me give you a final answer. I want to be the first guy to make this jump during this stream in Dawn of the Machines. FUNKe, would you take a teleporter? God damn it, I almost got it. I had to do the air strafe tech. Fuck! I know this question. Would you be afraid it would just dismantle you, kill you, and create you anew? I think that I would take it. I think I would take the teleporter. And let me explain why. There are already many arguments to be made that that is what happens when you fall asleep. Or if that's not enough compelling evidence, that you stop being conscious for a degree of time and then you re-enter consciousness when you wake up. Already kind of a compelling argument to say that consciousness is not one persistent thing. And that if you take a teleporter, even if it dismantles you and remakes you, the perception of persistent consciousness is an illusion. And if I can already kind of be okay with sleeping, then I can be okay with taking a teleporter. But there's also an argument to be made about that you know, all your atoms, your molecules get, you know, totally cycled out over the course of, say, 7 years. So we're already kind of a ship of Theseus, right? So I feel like I'm more concerned with the illusion of my own existence than I am the perception of the illusion, more than I am like the hypothetical unknowable, but what if I do get destroyed? If we're truly in a Star Trek teleporter scenario, I would take it. I think there is another version of that question that I would probably be more squeamish to answer, though, which is that let's say that technology can scale in a way that, like, a digital copy of you can live on if you feed the computer enough information, enough data, right? Which isn't that different from, like, the teleporter argument. Let's say that, like, in theory, you can upload to Sword Art Online. The question then is, like, well, are you, like, falling asleep and waking up and you're in the computer, or is the computer just creating a clone of you slowly and then the real you is left to kind of rot away? To me, that's like a much more distraughting question. Like, a teleporter just it kills you, right? It just sort of snaps you away. The hypothetical of if you take a teleporter, it's that it zaps you, it kills you, you're gone, and then something else remains. I think what is far more terrifying to me is a scenario where I remain, but the other thing also exists. Like, it would be terrifying to me, the knowledge, and I'm sorry if I'm giving anyone, like, a panic attack right now, but the scary thing to me is that they do say that, like, yeah, we can live forever in the computer. Well, a copy of you can. You have to die. and you're just gonna kind of slowly decay. Like, that is far more distressing to me. In a fucked up way, I would almost prefer the teleporter where it just destroys you. But to be clear, I would prefer the one where I make it to the other side of the teleporter. I would prefer the version where I never have to grapple with that at all. But I also have to philosophically be at peace with the fact that I probably am. And whether or not that happens, like, all things end, right? And that is like the ultimate difficult to be at peace with thing. Sorry, I know I'm really bringing the vibe down of the Quake stream. And it doesn't help that I'm doing this distressing loop of areas while no progress is made. Can you say something positive now? Yeah, how fucking beautiful that we are here right now and we are capable of perceiving. How fucking beautiful is it that I have a dog that I can just go hug at any given point right now? And if you don't have one, like, how beautiful the fact that they exist at all, or that something that you love, like, I know I'm like talking about very distressing things, but I feel like I've lived my life enough that, like, I can kind of philosophically engage with these things without them driving my mental state. Like, I am very much a live presently and appreciate what is with me right now kind of thing. I'm trying to lock in briefly and get out. I think everything will be alright. Will be fine in the end. I don't know if anyone clocked that, but I just Freudian slipped a Weezer album. I really am... you want to talk about distressed? I'm distressed at the fact that I'm getting no progress made in this map. I just saw that platform. God damn it. I'm gonna share with you guys the time that I think I reached Nirvana. I don't think there's any categorical way to like prove you've reached Nirvana. But there was a point, I want to say it was like 2020, like 2019 or so, where I just went to this park over a lake, and I sat at the park and I tried intentionally to meditate. And I ended up going to this zone where I was still in my body, but I was just like a little guy sort of sitting in like the cockpit of my own head. My eyes were closed, but I was still kind of seeing the lake in front of me, you know? And I don't know what it was about that day, but it was like so peaceful. Like, it really truly felt like I had ascended briefly. And then I sort of like opened my eyes, I finished meditating, and then I kind of returned to where I was. And I didn't think much of it at the time, but as, like, you know, 7 years has passed, I've kind of come to every time I've sort of spiritually tried to meditate or ground myself, I always end up trying to replicate that moment. That one moment of just sort of sitting over a lake. I have nowhere to be, nothing to do. I'm just observing myself, observing myself. There was something about that where I, like, all... Like, I couldn't stay there. It wasn't an option. But I was there. And now I'm looping a Quake level for the 12th time. I always go to this way as if that's helping. But I don't understand. This place leads to here. I'm assuming there's like a key. I keep finding secret areas, but I don't find the area I'm supposed to be. This is what meditation is. I keep finding secret fucking areas when I'm trying to find the place that fixes all my problems. I'm in my cockpit right now. I'm pitting my cock. Didn't you beat this game for your essay? I beat Base Quake. This is an expansion that was released during the production of my video. I have not beat this. Anyways, that was the closest I ever felt to Nirvana, and usually whenever I try to meditate, that's sort of where I end up back at. Somebody asked for me to scroll up and check their augment of the teleporter debate. I'll do that. I'll engage with this. So referring to the teleporter thing, that also depends on what you consider the real you, because you would have chosen to use the teleporter, so wouldn't the real you be the one who was teleported, since that what you wanted and what was left behind is just a byproduct? I'm assuming that's what you were referring to. I'm not seeing a different comment. In which case, yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying that if you've teleported, then you have consented to the outcome of the teleporter. And you have presumably already made peace with the fact that one might get left behind or destroyed. In which case, yeah. I think in a way you're kind of agreeing. We're kind of in agreement. Which is that the logistics of whether or not it's you is irrelevant to the perception of whatever is on the other side. I just think also I'm at a place in my life where, like, I mostly try to operate off of what I know is very tangible to perceive. And I try not to engage. Like, I can engage with hypotheticals, but I am not philosophically distressed with anything beyond what I know to be true and real. Which is philosophical jargon, but I guess I'm not so scared of the teleporter debate if I know at the other side whatever is there is perceiving itself as me. You can tell at this point I'm just completely backtracking the whole level because I've completely lost the plot of where to be and go. And the problem is, until I beat the level, I can't actually leverage this as a criticism because I don't know yet if it's me being stupid or the level design being wacky. That argument I dig. I use this example to describe my abstract philosophies. If you were to push a vase, and then suddenly you're gone from the universe, energy and all, that vase is still pushed, and it is then constituting the idea of you, even though you now don't exist. Yeah. I'm definitely in the same camp, which is that we are not just like our sense of consciousness. We are kind of the things we influence. Like when we meet and influence people, that model of us stays in them. Both in negative and in positive ways, but ultimately, like, we can contribute to change in the world that persists long after we are around and long after we are actively doing that. For example, just to do like a philosophical experiment. If anyone in the chat wanted to ideologically tell me where to go in this game, then you could impose an influence that would exist beyond yourself. Like, you could tell me in theory, and I'm not saying this because I'm lost and I need to be told where to go, but like in a philosophical sense, someone could tell me where to go right now, and that would be pretty philosophically compelling. Go find the key? Well, I already kind of know where the key is. It's near lava, so it's probably near, like, this lava. Oh, obviously I need the rune of sacrifice. Without the rune of sacrifice, how would I get through? That's the key, right there. I'm gonna put a save point right here. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. How long is this level? It really shouldn't be this long. I just had a lot of trouble finding this door. And also I got very distracted talking. I never trust these. They're gonna shoot at me. I'm almost like pissed off about finding these secret areas. You want to know another fun fact about Quake 1? I read that the initial version of the nail gun and the super nail gun would actually put nails, physical nails into the wall that you could then jump on and parkour up. So the idea was you would have this gun where you could sort of like shoot a staircase and then climb up it. That was just like a weird thing that John Romero lore dropped at some point. But it never became anything. And yeah, kind of became Prey, didn't it? I bet that idea didn't survive their polygon limitations. Yeah. You're probably right. No, I'm back here. God fucking damn it. I know where I need to be. And it's not here. Why would this loop back? Because it went through a secret area, right? Ugh. I'm still finding secret areas. Get me the fuck out of here. I wonder what Kane Parsons thinks of this game. And I wonder how old he is. See, at this point, I can't even remember where the lava key was. I think we're at a point where I'm not really having fun. Oh, that's how I get there. Huh. What that? I found it, guys. I found where to be. First, you've heard of fake pools of water. Now get ready for a fake wall. There's just a whole fucking area. This is a whole area. You're telling me there's like, I'm not even like near the exit. There's a whole fucking area left for me to complete. I'm fascinated. And I still don't know where to go. I still don't know where the fucking gold key is. deep is this? How deep is this level? What the fuck? I can't even find where the exit is. What the fuck? What are any of these rooms? It must be like a get to the top thing, right? It's a get to the top thing. It's not. It's not. I still don't know where the exit is. I'm legitimately just trying to end the level. What map is this? It would probably be faster to find the name of the next map and just load it. Oh my god. It's a get to the bottom thing. Okay. Holy cow, I found it. I found the final room. It only took me 47 minutes. This is different. Oh. Some weird, like... It's not parallax, but the fact that the med kit is unlit makes that very weird to look at. Emergency lockdown, huh? Interesting use of darkness. I'm using my shotgun as a flashlight. Jerma and FUNKe are streaming right now. I'm conflicted. Well, I'm still going to be on this level for 40 minutes, so you can come back in 20 and not be too lost. What? Lava reactor, low output. Lava hologram. Online. Quad. Online. Jerma will never beat the floor he's on. It's like they're in sync. Oh, wow. Dicks out for that fella, huh? There were some pretty cool moments in Quake that I wasn't able to hype up in the video, but there are some sections where they use these flashing lights as sort of a strobe effect to fuck with the player. There's a lot of areas where you can tell they specifically hid enemies within shadows in the map, which was like a really interesting usage of the new lighting system. Also a fun fact, there's a specific flickering pattern that originated in Quake that can be found all the way in Half-Life Alyx. If you go to Half-Life Alyx, there are certain lights in the game that have an exact flickering pattern that can be traced back to Quake 1. Which is just one of those weird fun facts showing that the id Tech 1 still sort of exists as remnants, or id Tech 2, or whatever modern Source 2 is built off of. Either way, fun fact. You know what I'm just realizing is that Twitch updated their terms and services that makes all streamers automatically opt into letting their recordings be used to train AI. And I never opted out of that because I wasn't streaming at the time. So, that's awkward. Also, my mouse just died, which is equally ominous to the sentence I just said. One moment. If I were a little more autistic, that flicker fun fact would make me emotional. I have to go fetch a battery, so... Please, don't die. I did it. I did it. I fetched my battery. I have a Logitech Pro, I want to say, but I came across a fascinating mouse that I would buy were it not $300. It is a very specific trackball mouse, which is already interesting in its own right for using this big ball to flick around. But specifically, this was a specialized trackball that also lets you... I don't really know what the three-dimensional term is, but, like, you can also spin it. You can, like, spin it and sort of, like, up and down stroke it. Like, you can stroke your shit on this trackball. It's basically this really fancy trackball specifically designed for CAD software. And for, like using Blender and 3D software. Because you have this... Oh, I don't have my hand tracker on. I was doing hand motions to myself. This is actually such a funnily perfect usage of my own hand tracking, which is explaining a trackball. So, like, you have this little ball on the top of the... Let me just, like, pull up a trackball image, and then I can stroke it. I can't remember the name of the one I'm thinking of, unfortunately, but it doesn't look much different from a normal trackball. That's not the image that I was trying to... So this is what it's like to wait while the image loads, apparently. Oh. Every second of this bit is getting bled dry by my Chrome freezing. The Rotatrix. You actually just listed the exact thing I was thinking of. I'll go ahead and describe it, which is that in trackball in 3D software, moving in 3D space is kind of tricky, right, with a mouse, because you're... Oh, there it is. How useful. Moving in 3D space with a mouse is tricky because, like, a mouse is flat, right? So you can only move up, down, left, and right. But with a trackball, you can, like, rotate around three-dimensional objects by grabbing them, go into rotation mode. And then a trackball specifically gives you a lot of really quick flick control over the rotation of, like, an object in 3D space. The Rotatrix specifically has, like, a means of... I want to say, to my knowledge, like, sort of moving, like, sort of zooming in and out using the trackball. But if not that, then at the very least, like, a sort of diagonal rotation. And that had me very compelled to look into getting... Oh, I'm realizing I never tweeted that I'm live. Oh, well. That's really useful for 3D software, and it's specifically, it would be... useful for me because I use the exact type of softwares, which is editing software and animation software, constantly. I'm like weighing whether or not I send a tweet now that I'm live, because I still have the hesitation of, like, people already know and I don't want to bother people. I'm just gonna send it, fuck it. But as I was saying, this specific type of mouse is particularly useful, but I'm also equally curious, if I played Deadlock with a trackball, what kind of gains and losses would I find? Because the thing about a trackball is it's harder to do, like, a flick turn, right? Because it's a ball. So you can't easily flick it and then stop it exactly where you want. Is my understanding of it. But I play McGinnis, and McGinnis doesn't have to aim. So I don't have to flick my mouse. So I guess where I'm going at with this is I really want a trackball mouse. I'm sorry you don't move the mouse at all, just the trackball? Great question. I don't know. But I want one. I think if I had unlimited money, I would buy a bunch of weird mice. Not the living kind, but like a trackball. I would get one of those like pilot joystick mice. I would get like a drawing tablet to use as a mice. I would just get a bunch of extremely unusual control schemes, and then I would try them all in deadlock. Like that is my... If I'm rich, like I'm not gonna say it, but there will be signs, and the signs will be that I just have a folder. I have just a shelf of a bunch of extremely niche, unusual mice behind my desk. That will be the giveaway. Chat, where's the Rune of Sacrifice? I need the Rune of Sacrifice. Zergy. Yeah, it's not lost on me that there are already pro players that use trackball. And it has certainly influenced my interest in wanting one. But it is a very niche subset. I don't think there's a lot of people... I don't think you can really find a very specific scenario of somebody testing like a trackball in deadlock and then reporting their findings. But I feel like that would be interesting. I have found some Zappy Zap ammo, but I lack the Zappy Zap gun. So my brain's concluding that there's a Zappy Zap around here. This is kind of a Dead Spacey map right now, but I've definitely backtracked. Look at me. I'm bopping. This might actually be the first time all stream I've actually done this. And I don't even think I'm doing it correctly. Oh, that one was... I could feel it. Already went there. It's crazy to me that Carmack considered this a bug. And got rid of it. Truly tasteless behavior. Yeah, I don't... It's not lost on me that I've been in this room too. Don't people talk about how a joystick has less space to move and thus it's harder to aim? Oh yeah. Just to be clear, I wouldn't be buying one because I think it's a slept-on control scheme. I would just be entertained. Isn't the trackball also just left and right and up and down too? I feel like it's more directions either way if it's rotating a ball. Yeah, I won't lie, I've done like a very vibes-driven selection process where I looked at a trackball and I went, that looks cool, I want that. And now that's kind of what I'm operating off of. Okay. I know this is just gonna send me in another loop that goes nowhere, so... These might be desperate times, boys. I bet you this is some shit that I can... Oh, I can't jump through it. I can't break through it either. Which I already knew, but I'm so desperate that I'm now trying okay, motherfucker. Of course. It's always a button. Hey, at least the button was in line of sight of the thing it opened. Running from the Steam remaster or source port? Steam remaster. I could have, but I just didn't. I low-key just didn't feel like setting it up. I've done enough purist runs of Quake with like no mouse turn to earn my right to just play the remaster. Oh my gosh. They're everywhere. I couldn't even check. I'm why you started playing Weezer and learned guitar. Ooh. And now you're recording. Well, hell yeah, man. Get recording, bro. The lesson I learn every time I upload is that there's never a point where you're actually comfortable releasing the things you make. And so you should just make stuff and release it. Because otherwise, nothing ever gets done. I feel like this is kind of where my philosophy is shifting as a creative person, which is that it is so easy to burn 10 years of your life thinking, okay, well, I'm gonna get really good at this thing, and then I'll start, like, showing people it, because I don't want people to see me not being good at a thing. But there are many life will find many reasons to distract you, to scare you into, like, not practicing or falling out of habit. And so at some point you kind of just have to be like, I just want to record and make stuff. I'm just going to do it. And so, not that you asked for advice, but I really respect you not only finding a drive and passion to make stuff, but also being willing to share it with me is something that like, I respect, and is not as easy as it may sound. And so I encourage you to continue making regardless of how you feel about perception. Just don't, like, obviously have a dialogue with yourself and trust your own judgment on, like, when to finish something, when to make it, but at the same time, don't let yourself talk yourself out of it, I guess. Don't feel like anything needs to be made for any reason for anyone. I think there's a fine balance in understanding that there is value in making something for someone, or honoring people, or making stuff that you know certain people will appreciate. At the same time, everyone has to develop the ability to go, I want to make something for me. And at the end of the day, I don't need somebody else to value it. And I think the step 2 of that is, how can I make something and derive value from putting a bow tie on it and saying it's done? Like, I finish a video and I immediately see the many things that I wish the video had, or the structural changes I would have made if I had realized that from the starting point, what I knew from the finish line. But that is also just the reality of making anything. There's just more context to be found at the finish line. And so, moving on to the next projects I work on, I am informed by anything I wish I had done differently previously. I feel like that's maybe the penultimate advice for any creative. The ultimate advice would be to stay healthy and to take care of your body. The streamer said as he sat crisscrossed with his rapidly aging joints. I'm tempted to just start doing video essays just to say fuck it and start doing the thing I want instead of staying online forums. I'm gonna say something a little weird, but also I think kind of endearing, which is that I think the thing that inspires me the most to create isn't seeing like really grandiose creative works being made by people I know the works of well, nor is it any like intrinsic internal thing, although like obviously I have a lot of internal drive to make. But one of the biggest things that regularly refills my inspiration is seeing smaller, newer creators just enter the field. I'm at a very unusual and interesting point in my career where a non-insignificant amount of smaller creators have been spawned, citing me as some degree of inspiration. Where, like, I've seen or had sent to me channels of someone who I can tell very quickly watched a lot of my content, or maybe still does, and desired to make something like that for themselves. And seeing those videos is maybe, like, one of the most consistent refuelers for me of, like, oh shit, that's what it's about. Like, that's where those were my roots. My roots were watching YouTube, seeing a guy make stuff and going, I want to do that. And then I did it. And then I started doing it for so long that I start to forget the meaning of, like, okay, I'm making videos, but like I've just always done this. So like, what am I aiming at? And I feel like when I see smaller creators do it, there is sort of this reminder to me of like, oh, I started, like, I do this because I'm passionate about talking about something with people, and I want to find like the culture that will discuss it with me. Like, I want to represent all the things that I'm passionate about and find the people that like share that. And making videos was how I did that. And I guess I get reminded seeing other smaller creators do that in a way that is only possible because I've done it for so long that it's kind of full circled. And it also is like a good way of keeping me on my toes, because I see some of these newer creators, but they're also people who are like a bit more experimental in like learning Blender and generating their own assets and making videos that aren't strictly reviewy in nature. Like, I see this fresher blood that is also doing stuff that I never did in a way that I only come away from it more motivated to continue pushing myself. I'm slightly pissed at FUNKe for putting me on to Feed Me Jack only to find out they broke up after 3 albums. Hey man, so did the Beatles. I mean, they had a legacy. I mean, I guess that was 3 years. But still. I'm really tempted to no-clip in, but I just can't find the exit. I came in here. There's this thing. This thing looks important, but it's clearly not. I didn't pay attention to what this button does. So now I just don't know where the key is. I picked up like a blue key here. So I'm gonna assume that I passed a blue key at some point. I appreciate that, guys. I see a few comments, but I take those to heart. I'm gonna have to do a pretty raw backtrack here to find this blue key door, because I did not mentally map it in advance. Oh, that sounds new. That is new. Never mind. Why did I ignore that before? It didn't open. Okay. I guess that was a key door that I forgot about. This is another thing that I've talked about very kind of on and offly in streams, but I love what I do. My standing as a YouTuber, I think predominantly originated from luck in a lot of ways. Like, I was kind of in the right place at the right time. I uploaded these videos that happened to kind of fill a niche that people like Star had left a vacancy of right around the right time. And I managed to take that and build a not insubstantial, like, identity off of. Where I feel like I do kind of push my style and my presentation more and more over the years. That I do fully attribute to effort and skill in the many ways that count. And I do still think there is a lot of luck to it, ultimately. I think there are plenty of people with my level of skill that did not have the luck or fortune, especially at a starting point, to just stop uploading for a year and come back and still have something of a viewership. Many people would yearn for that. And I also feel like I'm coming to a point in my life where I'm thinking a lot more about the long term of that. Because for my whole YouTube career, I've focused very much on just what's the next video. Do I have a next video? Because if I don't have a next video, then there's no point in trying to, like, force it. I'm not trying to, like, force a content out. But I'm at a point now where I both have a backlog of unrealized ideas and a very real pathway to continue doing this. If not as a career, then at the very least in a means that is, like, self-preserving. Where, like, whether or not YouTube is always my income, it is at the very least effective and, like, popular enough that I can always be doing it even if I'm doing other work and still feel like it's justified. Like, that is an opportunity that I as I get older, I further want to not take for granted. This isn't really like a next few years thing, but I think there's a part of me that looks at kind of the YouTube era that came after me, which I would kind of say is sort of like the storytime animators. The sort of era of personalities. I feel like when that was happening, I didn't want to, like, turn into that because it was just a very different type of content. But now I'm at a point where I'm learning a lot of those people's understood how to scale up the production of, like, what they do on YouTube in a way that gave them more and more creative freedom. In a way that I don't have right now. Which I guess is a long way of saying I want to keep at it, making my videos in a way that I can scale up to a point it's not just me working on my videos, where I can maybe afford a team of people to work with in a way that works for, like, the content I want to make. Because I don't... It's not that I would have any qualms with still... Oh, I just fucked my quick save. I just fucked my quick save with an auto death. I'm gonna have... I don't think it's salvageable. Unless... What I'm getting at is I really am interested in fighting my way and working my way to a point that I can not just be making these kind of review videos, but also get to a point where I can consider, like, if I were to make fully structured animated, like fully animated content what would that require? On a fiscal level, on an operational level, what needs to happen? I think I'm in a unique situation where, like, I can get there with the right amount of hard work and the right planning. And if I had to give myself, like, a New Year's resolution, it would probably... It would basically be that I want to keep doing the YouTube, but I also want to grow that into something more at some point, I guess. Oh, come on! What I get for cheating. Can we use noclip as an opportunity to analyze the layout of the level? I need more game discussion. Good question. I mean, it's kind of hard to justifiably sit here and critique a level that I'm cheating my way through. I mean, you can kind of tell the way that they're keeping it on a grid, which is standard for any brush-based level design, but there was a whole point in my video that I cut out, which is the utilization of intersections in Quake. You'll notice that it's a really persistent design tool that the player gets funneled into these three-way, four-way intersections. Both by kind of the circumstance of that's just kind of how levels work, but also it is kind of a very intentional design, because when you're working on a grid, an intersection is just a very natural means of letting a player choose their direction. At the same time, there is a skill in making sure each direction is distinguishable from one another. In a way that, say... Really just trying to think of examples, just... in a way that you can kind of mentally understand that this intersection travels downward into sort of sewage area, whereas this one kind of connects back to the level at large from this drop down. Like, designing intersections in ways that the player can regularly return to it while still mapping out the level and using the intersection itself as a sort of pseudo hub that the player regularly returns to. Like, that is a genuine intentional design philosophy that happens in Quake maps that I didn't happen to talk about in the video because it just couldn't quite fit it. Okay, I need to leave noclip, but I'm kind of too scared. Oh, come on. You can still self-damage in noclip. Fun fact. Have you ever watched Civvy? Yeah, I've watched a few Civvy. I don't necessarily follow his uploads. Civvy's a creator where I have an almost unusual amount of overlap with them, both in my own content, but also in friend group. I think all of my friends are friends with Civvy, but I've never met Civvy. Just because, like, our circles, like, have a slight overlap, but not enough for us to have met. But yeah, I know Civvy is kind of a much more educated wishing well of boomer shooter trivia and history. But it's like a very passive knowledge of him, I suppose. I want to say there's maybe one time I've met him, and it was in like a group setting where, like, you know, you're already meeting 3 or 4 people, so you don't quite introduce yourself to everybody. That's my dynamic. It's okay, FUNKe, I never met Civi either. Okay, well, 2 peas in a pod. Do you find yourself on TF2 that much nowadays, or has Deadlock completely taken a hold of your psyche? I mostly have only played TF2 for BTS, for the Highlander team that I play on, with Salty Fish and a multitude of friends. There's a handful of times where I'll boot it up for, like, casual, but for the most part, I have not necessarily played it. At the same time, I don't know, I would say that I've actually probably cut back on my Deadlock by 85% compared to 6 months ago, compared to 5 months ago. I feel like I'm at a pretty healthy and I'm gonna be honest, part of it is just that I'm not completely happy with the state of the game. The ranked came out. I like that the ranked came out, but it's basically EOMM. It's basically a forced 50-50 win-loss rate, or at least it feels like it in a lot of ways. The restrictions to queuing with friends, while good, also kind of shot the leg of my friend group that played together. Not because we were trying to elo boost, but because we liked to play in a pseudo-ranked setting together. In a way that we can't now, outside of duos. I'm not totally jazzed about the current state of the game's balance, which is surprising because I understand that McGinnis isn't in the worst position right now on a strategic level. But I loved Deadlock 2 years ago, 1 year ago, and they've slowly been refining the movement system, but I also think that there has been some crazy ability creep on a lot of the new heroes. I think there's been some crazy mobility creep on a lot of existing heroes, and I don't think the item shop has properly accommodated it. And so even if McGinnis might be decent on a balancing level, it honestly makes me roll my eyes into the back of my fucking head every time the meta tends to come down to the heroes with a bunch of mobility and a bunch of burst are the most viable, and the winning counterplay is to also be that. And there's really no room. Because as McGinnis, you can't really, realistically... You can't just become equally bursty in mobility. Like, I want to counterplay that. I want to be this floor turret that says you have to come fight me on my terms. And no matter how many fucking items I buy, capacitor, I buy knockdown, I buy slowing hex, I buy silence wave, I buy curse, no matter how many fucking items I buy, it doesn't matter. Somebody shows up, they hit me for 1200, and before they're ever CC'd by any of the shit I throw at them, because they also got rid of wall stun, and before they ever get CC'd by anything, they cleanse it and they fucking flutter away. They fly away. I'm so fucking sick of it. I love the game. But and that's all on top of every match feeling like the same stomp out. Every single match of Deadlock I play, I either completely obliterate my opponent or I get obliterated by an opponent that has like 3 E6s. And then I am the outlier for a team of... Like, even if I don't consider myself a high Eternus player, which I think... Yeah, I probably balance out more towards, like, the mid to low Eternus on a skill level. At the same time, I don't think I should be losing all of my losses in 70k blowouts. I can handle losing to people that are better than me in Deadlock. I can't handle being 80k BTFO'd with 3 teammates that are 0 and 11 at the end of the game. All of that is kind of the state of the game right now. And all of it isn't fun for me. So I haven't been playing a lot of Deadlock, partially because of that, but also partially because I understood on a health level that I actually needed to cut back on it. to get stuff done. So it's a little bit of both. And to be clear, like, I do think Valve is capable of and will inevitably address these things eventually. I'm not of the opinion that the game's fucked forever necessarily, but I do think the game today is so much different from what appealed about it to me during 4-lane. Everything that I loved about it has been stripped out. McGinnis is no longer a split pusher. McGinnis, she's no longer really a healer. She doesn't have great CC out the box because she doesn't have wall stun. Her barrage, for as fun as it is, still feels fucking worthless because everyone's so goddamn mobile in the game that you're still only hitting them for 3 rockets. And her turrets somehow always do 80% of her damage, but they never feel like they're doing anything. The only time turrets feel like they're doing something is when they're drawing aggro off tower for me. Or maybe when they're warding. Otherwise, I never feel like they're doing that much. I never feel like I'm an engineer, like, conceptualizing really novel use cases for my turrets. I feel like I'm just running around being the burst damage carry and healer for my team fights. And I'm not allowed to split push because everyone has 35 movement abilities now. And everyone stares at the minimap, rightfully, because that's how you play Deadlock, which means anytime you're visible on the map as McGinnis, 4 people are just going to appear out of nowhere and steamroll you, and none of your teammates are going to notice it. So it's going to happen 3 times, and you're going to get hard targeted because you're playing the slowest hero, and none of your teammates are going to defend. Sorry, I have a lot of things brewing. There's a lot of reasons I'm not playing Deadlock right now. Great game, I love it, but fuck. I've tried for so long to keep loving the character that I love, and Valve is doing everything in their control to make me stop playing McGinnis. And I don't think like I was ever somebody that was playing the bad McGinnis playstyles. I don't think I was ever, like, yeah, okay, I was split pushing on 4-lane and shredding walkers. But like, I wasn't married to that as identity. Like, my power fantasy as McGinnis is feeling like I can't force fights on the enemy side of the map, but every fight near me is on my terms. And so I can sit on a side lane, and if you want the side lane, you have to strategize against me. And I don't feel like that. I don't feel like you have to think very hard. I feel like you just send 3 people at a McGinnis, and then nobody on her team is going to react, because everyone assumes McGinnis can 1v4, and then you just get run over. So the real strategy is to not play like that at all. It's to not try to control the terrain of your own side of the map. It's to just be the water boy for your team and follow them around and heal up your Victor when he's hurt, your Mo Krill, to use your barrage on the Krill when he gets an ult. You're just the water boy. You're just a water boy for your front line. And I don't like it. I like playing with my team. I don't like when my hero gets shut out of every single other playstyle that I found interesting about them. That's also why I'm not playing a lot of Deadlock right now. You're describing wanting to play Wraith. I don't, though. Wraith doesn't control the fight on her terms in a way McGinnis does. McGinnis splits terrain. She can heal up. She can watch around corners with turrets. Wraith can't do that. Wraith has to pick fights that she can undertake. McGinnis doesn't have to pick fights at all. She is the one who decides what fights are allowed to be taken. And it's not lost on me that some of these are for good reason. Like, I understand the inherent flaws of when McGinnis is so good at self-sustaining that she can just solo run a lane indefinitely, and why that is, like, problematic. Like, not many other heroes require 3 enemies to counterplay you. I understand that. But I just don't feel like when I'm playing McGinnis I don't feel like I'm being encouraged to do the kind of intellectual thinking that appealed to me about the hero initially. I feel like I play McGinnis, I stomp my lane, I roam to 2 other lanes so I can win theirs, and then I just become irrelevant until late game, where I either water boy for the team fight or I am not present and we lose. I feel like when I started playing McGinnis, I was capable of sitting and looking at the mini-map on my side of the map and doing a lot of like very complex planning of, okay, I'm gonna push this wave to draw them off of other waves, or like I'm going to put my turrets around in such a way that I can kind of track a certain jungle. I just feel like they've had to narrow her. Here's the thing. I would be fine with them buffing everyone else to be as generalist as McGinnis, as opposed to making McGinnis so generalist that she's like everyone else. Because I have more fun in this game playing kits with a very diverse tool set of multifaceted abilities that have multiple use cases. But Valve just keeps designing kits where every button is either a generate shield button or a generate burst damage button. And so every hero's playstyle is, I need you to die faster than you can respond. And if you can respond, then I just walk away. It doesn't feel incrementive to me. It doesn't feel like a game that is being won by a bunch of these little battles that add up. It feels like one team just runs away with the lead and then bullies the other until the game ends. I like Deadlock when it feels like there's a lot of these little exchanges, these little skirmishes, these little one fights that add up. And if you lose 2 or 3 of these fights, it's not the end of the world. And I think Valve knows about this. I think they're still trying to design around it. I think they're adding, like, the Rift. They're adding, like, these urn changes. Like, they are trying to give us more mechanical opportunities to make these little fights that can potentially sway the momentum of your team. But it just, in practice, we're still not there yet. In practice, it's still just a fucking flip. It's still just a pancake flip every match, it feels like to me. That's why I love the old urn, and ever since they removed it, it hasn't been the same. Yeah. And I like that they kind of push towards a middle ground. But the full freedom on urn, rather than it being a guy that can, like, pick up and drop it on a whim. Like, yeah, I kind of agree. I still don't think they've figured out what exactly the full match structure is for Deadlock. And to give them some actual leniency here, some honest leniency, I think there are a lot of big design problems that they have to resolve, and they are planning to resolve prior to figuring out all of those game-wide issues. Like, they've been adding all of these small changes to the objectives, all of these, like, hero releases, and, like, all of these, like, item balance patches and stuff. It feels like they're trying to get the actual chess pieces stable before they start messing with the board. So in that way, I'm not gonna hold it against them as if they should have, like, figured out what every map objective is by now, but that is why I don't enjoy playing it that much right now. Because we are in a weird transitive state where all of the pieces of it are a really fun game, but the structure of it doesn't... It's so volatile. It's still just so volatile. And I think part of why it's volatile is because the game structure is still so temporary. So it's equal parts. I understand, I get it. I'm not holding it against them, but it's also like until I see that fixed, I don't feel like there's a lot of I don't know, entertainment value to be had in winning and losing, especially when you know getting good at Deadlock today isn't going to necessarily translate to being good at Deadlock in a year. I feel like so many things have changed that everyone's understanding of what macro and micro isn't going to translate. And so another kind of reason of if you're going to get invested in Deadlock, there is benefit to doing it early, but it is a never-ending loop of having to relearn the game, which is great for many reasons and exhausting for many reasons. Not in a way that is a criticism or a blame, but just an observation. I'm scrolling to read comments. They super failed in urn changes, like having to run the urn for the team and you can be seen means that the fight for it can happen anywhere, and they made it so only close by people were readily available, so it forced space being made so the rest of the players can make up a separate plan. I don't think you can see the urn runner now, right? I feel like they keep changing it every week, so I don't actually know. But I do agree, they've had some pretty dog-ass periods with it. And it still is in a weird one, especially with the inability to manually drop it. Like, that's not how football works, right? Like, you aren't forced to carry the ball. You were allowed to... it's always so weird to me that they... I'm imagining that at some point in Neon Prime, you probably were allowed to... You can drop... God, I don't fucking... This is exactly what I mean. I never fucking know what's even true anymore. But anyways, I'm surprised we have never play tested a version where you can throw the urn. Like, actually football throw it. Why are they so avert? Like, did they try it in Neon Prime and it didn't work? Or do they just not functionally want that because it would be much more mechanically difficult? It's weird to me. It's just one of those many things where I don't think Valve is incompetent, but they operate off of both a lot of data that I don't have access to of like what shit they've tested, but also like philosophically, I must imagine there's some things they just don't want to do whether or not it's a good idea. Like the ability to throw the urn, maybe they've never tested it, but they just for whatever reason ideologically don't want it. I think throwing it would be strong, running the urn is already so fast. Okay, but like, Ivy flying it isn't in any way maybe a comparable baseline for what we are treating as urn travel. Like, if they're willing to let you use abilities with urn, including the many movement abilities, then throwing it isn't that far-fetched. And I only use this as an example of their thought process. I'm not... The ability to throw urn is kind of a whatever example. I could take it or leave it. I am interested in, like, what will that look like in 5 years? Game structure-wise. Like, I do think Deadlock will probably, at some point, return to being a game that I play more than I should because it's at some point fresh in mind for me. But thankfully for my productivity, that is not the case right now. You started sitting and writing down a script? Fuck yeah, Rat. That's all it's about, dude. It's not about writing the script. Don't get caught up in having to make sure that script is good. It's the fact that you're writing a script at all that matters. I have a pretty positive opinion of Dan Harmon as a writer. Specifically because he... And for context, Dan Harmon wrote Community, but he wrote, like... He still writes Rick and Morty, He wrote, what's that most Crapopolis. He's written a lot of stuff that is both broadly popular and effective, but also a lot of stuff that I genuinely like, or I think has certain episodes that are really, really good. I think he is a productive writer, and part of why I think that is, he's talked about it at lengths, is that you just have to finish writing the script. You can't just sit there and rewrite every sentence until the whole thing's perfect. You need to write the whole thing, finish it, and then you can proofread it and start over if you have to. But until you have the shape of the whole thing, it doesn't matter how thick or thin the limbs of its body is. Until you get down to the legs and the toes and the whole thing as a body, you can't get caught up on each appendage of the script. And I feel like that's something I try to apply, and I feel like it's helpful to me. When I was younger, I was always getting caught on, okay, this needs to be top to bottom the script. I have to make it from scratch. And then it wouldn't be that, and then I would just throw in the towel before it ever got done. Now, I will write a crap script, or I'll just write out all my thoughts in stream of consciousness, and then I'll read it over, and instantly the neurons start firing of exactly, oh, this is good, this is bad, this can get cut, this can get simplified. Like, you start to Neo Matrix it, of you see the shape of it in the marble, but you have to kind of make the marble yourself first. All that to say, proud of you, man. Keep at it. Just finish the script, and then consider what it's missing, what it needs cut. Don't get caught on the quality of your first draft, because it's never the first draft that should be getting published to begin with. And in a lot of ways, yeah, I agree with Mickland, which is the point, is for the first one to be bad, because that's how you filter out all the shit that shouldn't be there. If you try to make sure everything you start with makes it to the end, then you're going to go down with the ship of many things that should have been cut, which you only know by first writing the shit that you should have cut. I feel like I've already tapped out and no-clipped twice, and I can't justifiably do it a third time. Do you have any favorite writers? I feel like I probably do, and I don't know who they are. I love No Country for Old Men, but I've never gone down the rabbit hole of its director or filmmaker. So I guess I have, like, favorite stories, but not a thorough list quite yet. I'm not quite at that point in my life where I have built that muscle. I think my favorite animated film is Son of the White Mare, who is also like my favorite animated film, period. But I don't, the person who made that has such kind of an obscure catalog that it's kind of hard to track down some of their other work. Like, I've been trying to watch Johnny Corncob, which is another animated film by that studio, but even going through piracy, it's hard to track down. Son of the White Mare is a film that I could genuinely make a FUNKe study on, and may very well happen someday, in a way that it's hard for me to even sit here and describe. But it is like a prototypical hero's journey of a guy sorting out to kind of build a life, find a wife, and he does so by toppling these 3 tyrants, or these multiple tyrants. In the process, recruiting some of these villains into like a party of his allies, and him going castle to castle and overthrowing these tyrants and saving these princesses. But from a visual standpoint, it is like a straight LSD trip the entire time. It is an animated film, Son of the White Mare, that has a very controlled regard for Euclidean space. So like most animated films, they want to really sell you on the fact that the environments are very real and being traveled through. But Son of the White Mare is so abstract that it will warp the environment or fuck with it or do Looney Tunes logic just for the sake of imagery, in a way that is really impactful on a creative level, because every inch, like, it is the epitome of every frame of painting. It's on OKRU, but I do have a link. I appreciate it. I'll tell you, I have torrents with access to it, so I never got around to watching it, but I do actually have access. But thank you. All that to say, I feel like I have a lot of works that I have watched many a times in an effort to like understand them, but I don't think I've fully gone down a rabbit hole yet of writers and creators. Like, I don't think it's far-fetched for me to say that I love the structural writing of Tolkien, right? I've read Lord of the Rings, and I specifically really valued and appreciated the way that he would sit and just describe trees and hills for entire pages in ways that didn't necessarily progress the story, but really established the world as terrain. The terrain of Middle-earth is just as real as the characters in the way that they are described. Wow, how about that? I will say it doesn't reflect well on me as a journalist of Quake, that I have now no-clipped past a gold key 3 times. but let the record state... Oh, there it is. See, I didn't even... I found it. Let the record state that I am very engaged in a dialogue. And so I'm specking out of game attention. And I'm also not, like, complaining. I'm not saying that the level design of Dawn of the Machine sucks. I'm enjoying myself. I just don't want anyone to think I'm leveraging these no-clip moments as criticism against the expansion, because it is very definitively not. Let's see. I also love Hiromu Arakawa, who wrote Full Metal Alchemist. I specifically like her version of the story. Most accurate to Brotherhood, but even the manga differs from Brotherhood in a little ways. But I specifically really like how Hiromu Arakawa builds a lot of different interconnected factions in a world, where you have the Homunculus, you have Father and von Hohenheim, you have the Elric brothers, but also the military and the State Alchemist. You have all of these different actors playing parts in different factions, and they all crescendo together into the plot. There's never really a point in Full Metal Alchemist where any of these factions become irrelevant to the plot or go extinct in any narratively disappointing way. Like, every single chess piece gets used in a brilliant way that I really love. And I'm not gonna act like I have watched Silver Spoon. I'm not gonna act like I know all of her work, but I do think Full Metal Alchemist is the closest thing to a masterpiece in manga that exists on this earth. And that is an opinion I will stand by. I have been reading Demons of the Shadow Realm. Yomi no Tsugai. I do really like it. It's kind of in a weird place where she's setting up the chess pieces, but they're not quite all interlocking yet, or not in ways that are payoffs. It's still, at least where I left off, it was still in a setup phase, so I have to actually catch up on Demons. But Demons of the Shadow Realm, which for the record is like her newest work, which is currently being adapted into anime. Like, it is, I think, still broadcasting actively right now. It is showing a lot of the same premise of FMA, which is that she's building out a lot of factions, and she's grounding the world with this sort of these hard fantasy rules, and it is being built towards something. Is the vibe the same vibe that Full Metal Alchemist gave me? So I'm excited about the prospects of that work, but I'm not entirely up to date enough to speak to its quality. But I love the first 30-40 chapters that I've gotten through. Probably more. 30 sounds high, but I would say I'm probably 70% caught up from wherever the manga currently is. I'm not liking this section so far. And I will admit, you know, the save point not doing me any favors, but also just the enemy type. It's giving me trouble. Whoa. Alright, I see the vision. I understand it. I understand the tech implicitly. I don't mean to make a habit of focusing on this, but I do want to thank that I've seen a handful of like Twitch subs fly by throughout the stream. It does go towards me doing what I do as a creator, not just on Twitch, but also on YouTube. So thank you. I know I don't read them out, but I see them. I don't think I've seen a single rune of sacrifice all game. Which I suppose is a skill issue. Gonna go watch Full Metal Alchemist again? Oh yeah, I could watch... If I had to like pick a piece of media, I guess like if I had to pick one anime, and I could never watch any other again, I would pretty happily choose Full Metal Alchemist. I think it would beat JoJo for me. I think it would beat any long-running Berserk. Not that those are bad by any means, but it's just it scratches too many itches for me. It's been too influential on my taste. If any media were the option, it would probably be the extended cuts of Lord of the Rings. So a little update on that music-related essay I was working on. I've talked about wanting to spend a month only listening to new music and then kind of report my findings. A new layer to that challenge I'm considering is that I want to like buy a Walkman and a cassette, and then I'm gonna burn a mixtape for myself of all of my favorite songs. But throughout this month, I'm gonna give myself a month where I can only listen to new music, but I have a Walkman of my favorite songs, and I can listen to each of those exactly once. So I'm gonna have a lifeline. This very physical Walkman of, like, you know, maybe 15 or 20 songs. And I'm allowed to listen to, like, one of those a day. Which is basically me, like, weaning off of the music I always listen to while taking on new bands. So this is a video that would be a while down the line, but I'm enjoying coming up with new variables. Don't Walkmen sound like complete dick? One, you're wrong, but two, whether or not they do, me choosing a Walkman specifically burns it onto analog media, and by doing so, I can't go back and edit it. So if I give myself a list of like 30 songs that I'm allowed to listen to, I am stuck with those. I can't go and edit a Spotify playlist. And I can already choose not to, but I think on a principle level, I think it's a pretty cute way to commit to whatever I select. Because once the challenge starts, that Walkman becomes my lifeline. So not only do I have to accept the quality of the Walkman playback, but I also cannot practically adjust it because editing a mixtape like that is just impractical. I'm gonna be waiting here a lot for... Oh. Is this totally foreign music to your knowledge, or are you gonna be able to try out some things that people have been repping? I'm planning to be pretty thorough. I'm probably gonna do a lot of different approaches where I specifically scout out for like music I've never heard of, music that is not to my native language. I will find music from artists I know, but albums I haven't listened to. Like, I'm going to try and make my search as diverse as humanly possible, so that I can specifically make a video talking about, you know, the story of walking into a vinyl store and having to pick one out just off of the album cover. A story of asking a random friend to recommend an album. A story of having to find a new album from a band I already know. Like, I want to basically make a documentary on the many ways that people can find new music to listen to. But not only explain them, but also abide by them. Like, I want to make a video where I specifically test every way you can find new music. And then purport what I found most interesting. And I do plan to do it, but it is also one of those things where I have to foreplan a whole lot. Because especially if I want to do it within a month, I'm gonna have to kind of schedule out my days of like, okay, what day am I going out to a vinyl shop? Like, I want to have one day where I find a local concert in Atlanta. Like, I just want to find a local indie band that I don't know, and I'll just go to it. And that will be one example in the video of me finding new music through a local scene. Like, I kind of want to build a really thorough list of all of the ways I can find new music, and then just fire through all of them. But that requires a whole lot of planning. But I think that'll probably happen and be out by the end of the year, or maybe start of next year, depending on what else I do. Hey, FUNKe, how's been the Quake? I love getting distracted by the detailing. It's fun. I've had a lot of backrooms moments. And these exact stressful moments where I get circled back to the start of the level, but I don't know if I have the right keys. And I start stressing out, but I do think I found the gold key. So I'm good here. See, like, look at this. What a cool composition. You walk through it, there's just this rickety plank sitting amidst rubble you've got this guy just doing a patrol. Meanwhile, you have this sort of archway, these two beacons. It's so fucking... I love that. I love walking into a room and you can kind of see... And look at that. There's player options. Like, do I go this way? Do I kite right? Do I try to get to this guy? Like, I bet I can circle around and get up to this guy. Whoa. I did it. And you get here and look at this. It's like an intersection. Holy shit, I have options? Where am I gonna go? I like being here. I'm good at it. Are you gonna spend any time in the quagmire of websites like Rate Your Music? I feel like I'm gonna have to, unfortunately. I think at some point I'll definitely DM Hakita. Because if anyone's gonna have some weird, obscure Bandcamp recommendations, it's probably the Ultra Kill guy. The hands are a cool trick. Hell yeah, they are. High five. Too slow. Have you considered releasing an interactive video essay? That sounds fun. I've had ideas adjacent to it, yeah. I just don't... This is gonna sound funny, but I don't think the technology is there. You wanna know my crackpot theory that I think won't be proven true for like 10 years or 5? I think the future of YouTube, or at least some niche sublet of YouTube content, is going to be a merging of like video games with videos. We've already kind of seen that with like annotations and the, you know, CPG gray, like the rock paper scissors video. There's like a video where you can play rock paper scissors with CPG gray, and that's kind of a video game in itself. But I have to imagine that, especially with the rise of vibe coding, lowering the accessibility bar of making games, I really have to imagine there's going to be a point where there is a merging of... There's like a merging of interactive content with video, but not in like a shitty way where you're clicking like overlaid interaction elements that just switch you to a different video. I think like a more real-time, like either software-driven essays, or at the very least some sort of more evolved video player in browser that allows for more direct interaction. I think there will always ultimately be like a lion's share niche for non-interactive content. I think people want videos they can throw on in the background without having to interact. I think people don't want to have to like Dora the Explorer their YouTube video. At the same time, I do think there's a really big niche to it. What's this about a playable Mario Kart video? I don't know that, but I know someone tried to make a playable Doom where they used they used like the closed captions to spawn a sprite of the shotgun that you could then aim in the video to shoot stuff. It didn't really work well, but it was somebody trying to make an interactive video. And I think the technology isn't there, but I think we're gonna see further attempts to get there. Like, I'm sure Mr. Beast will be the first to really make it trend. I think it already exists, it just is shitty. But I'm not convinced that will always be the case. Like, imagine a video where the YouTuber is talking about stuff the whole time, but the whole time they're just playing chess with you. And the chess has no bearing on the video contents necessarily, but you're just sitting there and playing chess with the with Dan Olsen. I gotta try it at least once. I think it'll happen. Kind of sounds like poker night. Yeah, I suppose it is. And like every now and then, Dan Olsen will chime in about your chess plays. Find a quirky way to tie it back into the video thesis. Aw, good shot, my friend. Simulating having friends. Is that not what this is? Is that not what YouTube and Twitch kind of is? Like, even to the degree that you specifically are sorting out creators just to hear them speak about something you might not know about. Is that not what a friend at a base level kind of is? I don't even mean that in a derogative way. I think you can break anything down to a friend. Like, what is a teddy bear if not a friend, right? I'm not saying don't give children teddy bears. I'm just saying I think all of human existence is kind of constructing simulacra labyrinths for ourselves to feel like we are a part of something. I think everything is busy work to make all of this feel purposeful. And I don't even mean that in a Nietzsche kind of nothing matters way, which Nietzsche doesn't even mean. I don't even mean it in like a pessimistic way. I think it's kind of endearing. I think it's kind of endearing that society as a whole is kind of constructed around. I think my framework also undercuts like the reality that most people are really in the business of making life better for others, right? Like, I don't think the medical industry is in it to feel like they have friends. I think they're in it to reduce the total amount of suffering in the world. But I also think that is stemming from like a very deep, a deeply interwoven sense of empathy for others that drives us to expand society for someone else. And what is that if not doing your homie a favor? What is learning oncology if not doing your homie a favor? I think they're in it to make money. I don't know if I agree. I think if you replicated the world absent of capitalism, that in theory many people who do stuff for money today would still do it without a monetary incentive. Even if they did it differently. And I don't think that's unilateral. I think there's a lot of work that wouldn't be done without a monetary incentive. But I do think I think most people would have a non-fiscal drive to like learn how to stitch wounds. Somebody would still want to do that without a financial incentive. Less people would want to, sure, or maybe less people would be willing to, as opposed to want to. Oh Lord, this is I don't like this. The good thing is they're shooting each other mostly. There's more? There's another? I don't have lightning ammo, bro. Get the fuck... There's more! They're cycling! All that work. I learned my lesson. Stay on the corner. I'm too afraid to pull out the laser. There's gonna be more, so I have to be careful because I'm quickly trapping myself. See, I see that ammo below, right? That's not lost on me. But how the fuck? I feel like I'm gonna beat this area and then that will open as a reward. But I also think I could probably swoosh in. Watch me swoosh! Right in! Now, how do I get out? Swoosh! Jeez Louise, pull out the shotgun. I can see that the platforms are supposed to rise. I can't see how. And I did not see any interactable. I'm gonna assume that those are gonna swing out to here once everything dies. Yeah, fucking figured. And then the other one will after this. This is a really cool compartmentalization of enemies. It's a, like, there's just a pocket of Death Knights. Like, what is the ludic explanation for that? Why are they hanging out in this little pocket? That's their treehouse. Holy crackers. Uh-oh, that's all my ammo. To make these shots count. It was all my shots. This guy got chops. Good lord. I gotta use the real tech. They're making me work for this shit. Oh my god, this is a boss fight. I don't want to alarm anyone, but if you look at my health, never mind. I just got a mouthful of groin. Now imagine I had an air blast right now. Oh! Oh, fucked it up! Phew. Oh. Nice. I get a feeling that I'm not gonna complete this expansion tonight, as I've been at it for 4 hours, and I've had to cheat 3 times, and I'm probably halfway through if I had to guess. Before I even consider ending, let's just appreciate how goddamn beautiful this scenery is. We went from such like a drudgy, lava-y level to a green castle grounds. What a nice juxtaposition. I think maybe I will finish one more level and then probably call it wraps for the night, but I would expect to return and finish this with another stream. Probably tomorrow, but if not, later in the week. Definitely a strength of Quake that it's able to just rebound between a lot of very different aesthetics, level to level. Refreshing. This game would be so easy if you could buy Vortex Web. So I played on a Highlander team as heavy, and there have been multiple instances where I tried to double jump and wall jump because I could in deadlock, and my muscle memory kicked in. It didn't work, for the record. I think it's honestly quite full circle because when I play deadlock, I do head peeking with my minigun, which was something I learned in TF2. This is giving me mad Dusk vibes. Was this game inspired by Dusk? I'm Lokercuinly getting Ultra Kill vibes from this. This is a precarious position, but the level designer is my bro, and he gave me a health pack at the bottom. Could you imagine I never used the hand and I just did that once 4 hours in? It would probably like would blow someone's fucking mind. Like, someone just got to their stream and they double take. Rightfully, because I just clicked that button in the game with my hand. There's a rising scene of Pokemon decompers. Mostly attributed to like AI decomping, but there have also been people like decomping Mario 64 and like weird projects where people, for lack of a better term, like they transcribe like early Pokemon and SM64 into VR, where it's still a pancake game that's in front of you, but the display of it in VR, it allows you to sort of look around in the environment. And you can even... I saw a video where someone... And maybe this is boomer brain, where I saw a fake video and just thought it was real. Where someone, like, decomped Mario 64. That was for years. Okay, well, decomp might be the wrong term. But people are using, presumably AI... To throw together weird contraptions where Mario 64 is playable in VR, but you can literally use your hand to grab and pick up Mario and then drop him outside of the game. That's one of those things where I don't know if I'm getting boomer-brained about something that isn't real, or I saw a clip of some crazy shit that reflects the state of today. Either way, it looked cool. And I would also hedge bets that that is going to be a big trend in content creation. I don't know if anyone is going to want to be playing games like that, but I could definitely see a world where... like, imagine I can, like, I can inject my hand, my Unity hand program into Quake. And I actually can do that shit. Where I walk up to a button and press it visually. Like, I think we're maybe 2 years off from that. We could probably already do it. And I don't think that would have any retail value to consumer, but as like as a streamer, People would get a kick out of that shit, for sure. Walk up to a locked keycard door and break it open. It'll be like at Half-Life Alyx, where I have to rummage through an inventory to grab the actual key, and I have to, like, hold it up and scan it to the door. Yeah, Runa's sacrifice, I know. Is this place supposed to be like a ravaged town? To me, it's sort of the... It's Two Fort. It's Two Fort. It seems to be the meeting grounds of two castle buildings. But it is certainly populated as if it is a town. This is almost like excessive. Like, I feel like we're just throwing a bunch of shit in a room now. Like, the two guys behind the corner getting a quickie, sure. Fine with that. The two also in the hallway over, sure. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knights running around across. Maybe it's just scenery. Oh, mamma mia. Do you collect physical media? Not particularly. I do try to buy the first... So I have, like, all the Avatar comics, more or less, and books. I have all the Junji Ito books. Those are the two, like, only true collections I really have. I technically also, if I watch a series or film or movie or, like, anime and I like it, I will try to buy a physical, like, a book of that. Like, either the... Like, I have, like, the Lord of the Rings books because I love the movies. And eventually I read those. I have, like, the first novel of a lot of different mangas, where I have, like, the first one of FMAB. I have the first Mob Psycho. The first of Erased. Like, I don't buy all of them, but if I liked the whole series, then I will at least buy one of the first of it. Because that's kind of a fun shelf that I have of the first of a bunch of different series. Ooh. Shortcut obtained. I think I'm kind of understanding the intended game design here, which is that it is sort of a labyrinth of a hub area, and I'm going around unlocking shortcuts. Like, it's pretty bog standard design, but I kind of see what it's trying to do. I wouldn't say I feel confident in where I'm supposed to be going, though. Has he already talked about the Gold album? I have, but I like it. I think they shot for straight down the middle. I think they wanted to make an album that kind of represented their average, and they succeeded. It was a very average album. Which you gotta consider is Weezer, so it's a very wide range. So it's actually pretty hard to average that out. But they did it. I think Fantano gave it a 7. Which... yeah. I don't know if I would stray from his opinion much on that one. It is kind of a 7. Like, I would maybe drop to a 6 on a personal level, but I've also only listened to it once. 6.5, maybe. But that's like a 6 with respect to what 5 and above actually means in a rating scale. Not a 6 as in it's dog shit unless it's at least 8. I like it. There's at least 2 songs on there that I will listen to again. There's a few that I'll probably not listen to again, but I wouldn't curl my toenails if you made me listen to it. I think Weezer has a lot of albums that are like so weird that it's kind of forgettable, or like it has some good songs but it's just you know, very left field. And I think they have some albums that are amazing, and then they have some that are inoffensive. I think the Gold album's inoffensive. But I also think it's authentic. Like, I think you listen to the Gold album, and there are some points where Rivers is singing about how he's only got one life to live, and he's only got one chance to show you who he is. Like, yeah, that's a pretty real sentiment that is not lost in the lyric soup of Rivers Cuomo. Like that, I believe that's an honest feeling in his heart, which is a weird thing to have to contemplate about an artist, but it's true. How was X-Pac treating ya? It's kind of fucking me, man. I won't lie. I don't think there's ever been an instance this stream where I felt lost and then I solved it myself. Not for lack of trying. I'm not pinning the blame on this itself either. Like, I understand I need a gold key. I don't understand where the gold key is. I kind of have intuitions. The areas I haven't totally explored. But they're sort of weird ones. They're sort of like directions where I'm worried if I commit to them and I'm wrong, then I end up getting lost and nothing happens. Like this right here, probably going towards a secret. You can kind of tell structurally something that isn't progressing the level. And I feel like that's been a lot of my experience. I'm running into a lot of secrets, which is fun. But I'm a little stressed out about never knowing where to go. There's almost like too many options of where to go, right? Like every option... See, I've been here 4 times. I started this conversation right here, and I'm back. Honestly, after thinking about it, the songwriting from Ecce Homo to White is better than Blue to Pinkerton era. Oh yeah, I think Rivers really carved out an interesting mid-2010s pocket of that Eobite kind of modern take on rock sound that actually works really well. And the Gold album does hit that note. So this is obviously relevant. Some even try to climb out of the gutter. Sounds like a hint. Sounds like I need to get to a gutter. But I don't know. I don't know. I've done so many laps that I can't even really tell anymore. Good enough. Good enough. Fuck it. What did that accomplish? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, I think it did a thing. Okay, this is new. We're good. I like this layout. I like this idea that you have like a dam with like this really narrow drop off. This is a cool architecture for a level, even if I'm a little perplexed by the maziness of it. Like, I just did a thing up there, but the route back up isn't totally intuitive. So I have to break line of sight with the thing I just did, which is kind of complicating my ability to mentally remember what I'm even trying to fucking get to. Oh god, these guys, these are the worst. Oh, it's chops, boys. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling. Oh, I might have to just clear this. I can't be gung-ho in it. Oh my god, it's so freaking... It's Kafka-esque. At least I kind of know now where... Oh, it's happening again! At least I kind of know where to go at this point. Say yes. I'm done if you're done. I say yes. Oops. Oops. The Gold album really is the epitome of Rivers coming up with these really catchy sections and then just sewing them together with the most random bullshit ever. So it's like a couple of whatever verses and then the hardest, most memorable chorus you've heard in the last 3 years. That really is the Gold album. Hey, it's getting kinda cold out here, I'm on my own. Don't let me come inside your place. Okay, I'm done. I don't get the hate for Hoops. Is anybody hating on Hoops? I thought that was a fine song. Ooh, get out of my way. There is a scenario where he dies before swinging. But not this scenario. I had a really fun moment that I'm proud of, which was that I listened to Basketball by Weasel. Basketball by Weasel, which is a song that goes, I can throw this basketball into my own arms. Will you be there for me and tell me that you want me on the team? I can throw this basketball over and over and over. It's a fun song, catchy. What I learned later is I was listening to Vivaldi. I was listening to Vivaldi. I want to say Vivaldi. I don't remember what fucking song, but I was listening to like this classical composer, and you know what I hear in the middle of this song? And I had like a light bulb moment where I'm like, holy shit! He sampled Vivaldi on Seasons. But it wasn't even like a documented sample where like everyone knew it. It was just some weird shit that I totally ran into. Like Vivaldi number 41 or some shit. Unfortunately, I feel like I wrote it down somewhere and just never remembered it. But I felt very proud of that. Where I caught a classical composer reference, which to be fair was pretty telegraphed. But I don't know, it's one of those reminders of how perpetual music is as kind of a loop. Where, like, every musician you love was inspired by some other musician, who was inspired by some other musician, who was inspired by Gerg the Caveman banging a rock rhythmically. Like, it all goes backwards to something. And Gerg was just imitating the sound of his mother's womb. So it's really fun to trace the lineage of music when you listen to an artist, and then you listen to the artist that inspired them. And then you just keep going further and further back. That's also a really fun way to find music. You can make a whole video on this. Sorry, there's a delay. But check this out. That was all me. Was that bit worth it? I saved pretty close, so I would say yeah. I would say it was. Whoa. I have the high ground. Whoa. Hey, whoa, whoa. It really is just a streamer. Like, I give VTubers shit, but am I not just jingling my own keys in my own face constantly? Like, who am I to judge another? Or puppeteering? I feel like I was here an hour ago. Which makes the return to this area concerning. Oh god. All of that, and I didn't even find a gold key along the way. Oh, and I'm locked out now because that was a one-way. Get down from there. That's dangerous. It's dangerous to be up there. I was hoping retracing my steps here would reveal some sort of a key that I had conveniently walked past, but that is not quite the case. How would you guys react if I just, like, slugged that zombie with my green fist and he just blew up? Would you gasp audibly? Your dog looks weird. This was it. This is where I was supposed to fucking go. But how? But go how? I have a friend group that does play Deadlock together. And there's something that started as a bit, but it kind of just persisted because it was actually practical. Is all my friends are pretty yappy. Like, they're very bitty. We'll be playing Deadlock and they'll just be yapping about, like, weird strategies or whatever. But I'm there to coordinate, right? And to really try to, like, make the game state progress. So, as a bit, I started by speaking like a caveman. Me push left. No farm, push. And it ended up becoming more productive to progress. So now, I regularly do this thing where I slip into caveman speak, playing Deadlock, because it's the only way to make yappers hear words. By saying less words, so they don't have to process as much. Yeah, I seem to be great at finding secret areas. I wish that, meant something. Yes! Let me out of here! There are subtle signs to know when I've been streaming for over 5 hours. The microphone reaching -5 decibels is one of them. Could a trackball do this? Probably. Ooh. Oh, not significant. Not at all significant, actually. I've actually been here 1,000 times. Oh, look, a key! That key looks important. Well, if I could see the key, then logically I can see the route to the key. That's like the most standard logic. So, let me do the math here. Ah, I understand now. I must use these middle pillars to parkour my way up and around onto this, which will then lead me to it. It was actually quite simple. Not everyone is as capable of immediate mental processing as I am, but... You know, you either have it or you don't. It actually is legitimately funny that I was right. That all I had to do was stop and actually... actually commit brain power to figuring it out. The problem is it's slippery. The rooftop is slippery and I don't think I can make this jump. Which really... What? Okay, hold on. I think I have an idea. Alright, let me get up from my desk. Oh, shit! Really, though, I need to find a way up there. Stream crash. What does it say about my stream that I do what is frankly a B+ bit, and all I get is, oh, I thought his stream crashed. That's all I get from you people. I have hand tracking software for bits like these, and the most I can get out of my chat is a, oh, I thought your stream crashed. I'm taking it off. I'm done. The hand tracker's off. I'm not even using it at this point. Because what's the payoff? Frankly. Right? It is a load off having this thing off my neck. so much easier. Okay, fine, I'll put it back on. I'll put it back on, okay? Happy? Fine. Think the joke funny, not care enough chat. I can't fault you under those circumstances. So like clearly this door leads up here, right? Because why else would this door be right below this door? But I don't perceive an alternative route up unless like that's a secret. Something there. Like this to me feels like the intended experience, for better or worse. They kind of want you to just sort of wander around and have to really crack the code. What if the yellow key's on another balcony? Oh, it is. It 100% is. I have too many options. I'm overchoiced. I'm overstimulated. And I need to stare at a black screen and come down. It's kind of like a frustrating scenario where staring at the environment doesn't seem to give me any more context to the environment. Which isn't a critique, but it is not a muscle developed in my brain. Wait, hold on. I just thought of another bit. Alright, I found the solution, guys. I did it. All on my own. I got the blue key. By God, I did it. Oh God, I have to save. I have to save because if I fall, then I'm not gonna know how to get back up. This is such a hot area. There's nowhere to save. It's almost like I arrived here too early. He's playing the level backward. You might be right. God. I've never felt more like I wasn't supposed to be here than right now. Please die so I can quick save. Thank you. That one's gotta go. The cheater's gotta go. Sorry, bub. Oh my lord! Oh my God! Oh, Jesus! There's just more and more every corner! Oh my God! I'm not even close to finish with this. I almost quick saved. Hell no. I like my quick save. My quick save is safe. I like it there. The great... I want to read the Ultra Kill book, but can't. I just can't. That guy's getting tag teamed. Got my back to a wall here, not crazy about that. Oh. Okay, I autosave. I feel like I can work from this. Oh shit. I had to know. I had to know. And now I know. Oh, that's nice. Okay, this one's not cheating. I just am really compelled by this asset to look up close. That's cool. Angelic. 9 out of 10. Asset. 9 out of 10. Level asset. Do you guys want to prototype my next tweet? Because I usually come up with one, but then I gotta find the formatting. So I'll pitch the tweet. An all-queer esports team named Gaze, like phase, but not in a derogative way. I mean, like, it would be cool to name yourself that. Like, not as a slur, but... Good with that? With that trend? The Great Gate towers ahead. What lies beyond is divine silence. Oh. If you want, I can pull out my phone. I have like a draft of like 10 tweets. And I usually like to just sort of sprinkle them out over time. Let's decide which tweet releases next. Alright. We're gonna go like, each of these will be like 1, 2, 3. We'll do like the top, I'll pick the top 3. And then in chat, you're gonna type 1, 2, or 3. So, number 1, my Tulpa, he's a mute floating mirror. No, he doesn't say anything. Yeah, I basically just see my own reflection. That's tweet 1. Tweet 2. What's wrong, babe? You've barely even touched your peaceful Nintendo music with soothing nighttime rainfall. That's tweet number 2. Tweet number 3, I'm deciding out of a few. Tweet number 3 is, my theory of getting puppies to not annoy you for attention is mostly a matter of annoying them with so much attention that they lose respect and interest. So, now, you as Twitch chatters are gonna vote for your favorite tweet out of those 3, which you all already remember. So 1, 2, and 3. And I'm not gonna repeat them because you already remember what each one is. Poll. A poll would make sense if you didn't remember all 3, but I don't see why we need one. 2, but you gotta make it longer. Okay, for a reminder, 2 was... And I'm trying to remember which one it was. What's wrong, babe? You barely even touched your peaceful Nintendo music with soothing nighttime rainfall. That was number 2. 3 was the puppy one, and number 1 was the Tulpa one. Let's see. Let me add a fourth one. Number 4. I was having trouble sleeping last night, so I simply psycho-conceptualized a match of Deadlock in real time, and I fell asleep around the mid-game. That's the fourth option. It's a bit of a thinker, but I think it has some depth to it. Did that actually happen? If you have to ask, then the real answer doesn't matter anymore. Still 2. Alright, I like that. I was... Personally, I'm kind of a 2 guy. So I really appreciate the fighters out there. But we got some fourth truthers. So I won't forget that. Here's a 5th one. Midnight pantry so bad I'm eating dates and pickles. That one, like, it seemed funny to me when I wrote it at midnight, but I just wasn't sure. It just feels sort of it just feels like sort of bland. I love 5. Oh shit, celery. Don't go stealing it. I probably have like another 6 that I could read out, but I'll save them for actual tweets. I appreciate the 5 might be too vulnerable. I think you're right. I think some things are just for me and my therapist and the pillow and the street lamp. My local Five Guys always blasts main character music. That was me holding my phone. I didn't even realize it showed me holding my phone. Okay, I should probably finish the level that I started 2 hours ago. Five is funny because all the others seem like jokes, and 5 is a guilty admittance. That is really what it is when you break it down. Can you crack your knuckles just to be prepared? I can, but I don't think, like, the motion tracker doesn't do well with overlapping hands, just for the record. But I can. I bet if you did the math, I statistically lost at least 6 viewers between those knuckle cracks. Like, it is almost certain. Yeah, this quad is nice and all, but I've completed the whole fucking level, so... This reminds me of Ultimate Doom. Where the levels were so fucking insane and over the top that nothing made sense, and it was fun, but I didn't know what the fuck was happening the whole time. That is how I feel playing this expansion. Oh, okay. Well, I've been here before. This is not a revelation. You can crack your friends, and you can crack your knuckles, but you can't crack your friend's knuckles. I just came up with that one. That's the 6th tweet. That's the secret 6th tweet. I keep hitting my caps lock. I'm not even cheating. I'm just bored and I wanted to look outside the skybox for a moment. Look at that. Huh. Oh, they forgot a texture there. Welcome to Boundary Break. I'm Shesses. And today we're going to be breaking out of bounds of Dawn of the Machine. Now, if we take a look over here, we'll see Some dev textures that got left over. You normally wouldn't see these in gameplay. Wonder if this is a playable area. Oh, I didn't think of that. What the fuck? This is a whole... Oh my god. There's so much I've missed. Okay, what if I cheated but just to find the progress point? So like I didn't actually go through it, but I just get to see where I'm supposed to go. Like all I need is to know... Oh wait, this is the other side of that door. That's sensible. But the gold key. One word, Squidward, Edward. One would assume that the gold key is around here, because this is kind of the last section, presumably. But, I'm wrong. There was like a whole second area. I bet you like there's a key area like 3 zones this way. Like I bet you this is where the key is. Like the entrance to Dreamland. Oh my god, this is a whole fucking area. There's the key. How the f... Oh, Lord. Okay, so... that is on the other side of this, which connects via this. So this is where I'm supposed to be going. But how do you open the Rune of Sacrifice? So the Rune of Sacrifice is essential. What the fuck? I shouldn't have done this. Funnily enough, I do think doing that might have given me a lead. A lead that I feel like I've already crossed twice without committing to it. Which is that button that I just pressed opened these doors. Okay. I don't have time for this. I don't have time for jumping. I'm too busy. I have too many places to be. It's only micro cheating. It was I only emotionally cheated this Quake match. Don't make it a habit, Funk Boy. Well, I've already done it 5 times, so we might be past that. You want to know how bad it is right now? There was a part of my brain that said I could just bind noclip to mouse 5. That's how bad it is. This is gonna be my next Reddit controversy. Someone's just gonna upload the entirety of this VOD, and it's gonna say this schmuck reviewed Quake, but couldn't even complete the expansion without cheating. And they'll be right. They will be right. Yeah, if I cheated in Daikatana, no one would have cared. So the thing is, I know the exact button to press, I know the exact route, but it is such a fucking dense level that I just cannot practically route it without quick saving 4 times. Oh, there goes my nades. Hit him with the old switcheroo. But here's the thing, I don't think I'm supposed... Oh, no, this is right, this is right. Okay, we're good. And now I just beeline to the key line. So here's the thing, I can backpedal and find that one gold key door, but that gold key... Oh no. This is what an open world Quake would look like. Oh, what? Just kidding. Beam me up, Scotty. Oh, I can't. It can't end here. I've gotten too far. Out of my way. So now I've actually done it backwards. I've returned to the area I already got to. But there is a blue key now that I need to pick up and bring back to the other side of the map. So I'm not completely mentally out of it. I understand the next step. I just don't know where the blue key is. This is what Europeans think America is like. It's good. It was a good one. God, I can't believe I really did it backwards. I really did it backwards, and I still don't know where the fuck to go. Wasn't the blue key the one you no-clipped for? Do you think I remember anything at any time? Somebody asked me how old I was, like 2 weeks ago, and it took me 7 seconds to answer. I couldn't remember if I had turned 30 yet. I hadn't. But I couldn't remember whether or not I had. It's a Puzzle Boy raid. Welcome. You're, in the middle of me having no-clipped around a level of Quake so much that it has actually ruined my sense of navigation. But thank you. Okay, in honor of getting a new raid, I'll read out one more tweet. The first human to have a nightmare must have had a hell of a time trying to explain that shit. That's tweet number 7. It's not really a punchline, more just sort of observational humor. A bit dry. Oh, it's the cheater. It's the cheater. 7 sucks. Okay, they can't all be winners. I can feel... You know what's so funny is I did a whole bit about no-clipping up here, and now I'm just actually getting here. So That entire bit was... Or not. Or was it? Would y'all keep a jumper as a pet? I think they're kind of cute. Ow. Whisker. I'm gonna call him Whisker, but his Whisker snip me. We are at the stage where I'm quick saving in every single corner because I cannot bear to lose progress. Honestly, I care less about this guy. What difficulty? I believe hard mode. I'm kind of hoping hard mode because otherwise I have a lot of explaining to do. Alright. Keep it moving, Waddles. Come with me. I need you to back up to a pillar so I can loss break you. Come on, Waddles. I don't make the rules. This is just how the game is played. Oh yeah, that's where the blue key is. How about that? Yeah, a really funny observation from a chat member was that 20 minutes ago, I could have just rocket jumped up to that blue key. I could have gotten it without cheating and without actually completing the area. But now I've redeemed myself. I've earned... Ah, I'm really close to dying. All I have to do is make it to the blue door at the end of this zone. Up there. It's that easy. It's that easy. Oh god, they've respawned. Oh god. It's not that easy. It's not that shrimple. Okay. Right. Breathe. Yeah, I once played in a D&D party with a rogue who could do something like this. I'm just gonna... You guys don't understand, I'm popping my ultimate. I'm not cheating, I'm popping my ultimate. I need those heals. I need those heals! Please, I need those heals! Stop spamming! What were the devs fucking thinking? What shitty level design? Grenade spam? Downhill? Okay, I'm ready this time. I'm ready. I won't get walled in. I control these corridors, you see. Get me the fuck out of here. This is kind of like a visual metaphor for ADHD. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm not even in the right room. This isn't even the right room. Oh, God. There was a faster way up there, and I just don't remember it. And I don't care. I don't care. Check this out. Save, quick save. So no matter what, we're good. I think I'm just going to bulldoze it. At this point, I'm just gonna hard diff it. I feel like I'm so close to the end. I can just I think honestly the nails are gonna carry me through this. It's all I have. Oh, bad time to look at my quick save. I'll tell you one thing, you get your money's worth on this expansion. And look, I made it to the place. The foreshadowed place. Crazy, he's about to leave the tutorial. Don't say that. I got the rocket launcher. I earned this. I feel so powerful with my rocket launcher. Too powerful. Poor guy. I think he just bounced me off that. That's actually such a wild strat. I think at this point I am going to complete the back half of this, but I almost am going to have to elicit a no clip rule for the next stream. Like it's the only path back. For old time's sake. Shouldn't have done it. How did the devs have the patience to playtest this? Well, they had 30 years, so probably didn't do it all at once. It's stuck in the door. Now, why is there more ammo in the last room? This is like the victory lap, right? 10 minutes. I make it look easy. It's that shrimple. I will not be playing through this section right now. I have been streaming for 5 hours. And it's taking a mental toll. But you know what? I'm having fun. For all of the circumstances. I mean, look at that. They got like this industrial forge with a pit. Oh, it's a spike pit. Oh, yeah. It's Kino. But I am going to call it there. I'm going to save my save file so that I may return to this in due time. But I shall end the stream so that I can take a break. FUNKe, we should start a petition to delete Vindict. I'm on board. I don't even have to read the rest of that. I agree. Or just make it so she can't counterspell. It wouldn't be fun or fair for her, but it would make me happy. But yeah, that's it, everybody. Non-zero chance I stream tomorrow a bit earlier in the day, but I don't have a hard time on this. Just, I would say expect me later in the week. You'll know when I'm live on Twitter and Discord, or Twitch itself. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by, for hanging out. Give you a pet in the chat and say goodbye. That's about it. Thank you. Thank you, BB. Yeah, once again, I'm glad the video's done. I'm getting to move on the next projects. But you will see me around to complete the rest of this and presumably some other games down the line. Probably next week. That's a goodbye, everybody. Thank you for anyone who hung out, whether that was for 10 minutes or 5 goddamn hours. I really do appreciate it. I had a couple chuckles and chortles. Yeah, that's about it. If you're really curious, I was using, there's like a OBS filter called Retro Effects that gives you the weird, the NTSC filter, CRT kind of, the VHS look. And I'll see you around. Live long, live well, and bye-bye.